Oh man, guys, guys, I don't know. I don't know if I should have tried the coding stuff again. It's been taking up so much of my mental bandwidth. It's insane. What's up, everybody? Howdy. Ugh. You figure out the pathfinding in one day? No. You'll get through it? Yeah. Man, I kind of hesitate to mention this because I know that people will email me and be like busybodies when I'm trying to do this myself and don't really want help. But like, oh my God, it's so difficult to figure this shit out. I'm trying to figure out like collision stuff right now. And I was thinking, okay, wait, just follow through with me here. Follow through with me here for a second, okay? So like if you have two units, um what? Get the pen. Thank you. If you have two units, right? That are like on the field, okay? And here's the hitbox for one of them. It's supposed to be a rectangle. And then here's the hitbox for the other one of them. It's supposed to be a rectangle. They're right next to each other, right? They're touching. See? They're friends. They're kissing, okay? So if you're controlling this one and you want to move your guy, right? You don't want him to be able to just move into this collision box. That's what a collision box is for. You want them to stay separate, right? So if you move in this direction, what I thought was like, okay, so you run the movement code, and then if it detects that you're overlapping with a hitbox or collision box after the code is carried out, then just undo the movement, right? So you move in, you clip into him a little bit, and then it's like, oh, nope, and it moves you right back to where you were, all in the span of one frame. The problem with that, the reason why that's an issue, is that now it means that anytime you clip with another collision box, your dude stays frozen. Like if you move in this direction, you'll clip a little bit down here and you stay frozen. If you move in this direction, you'll clip a little bit here and you'll stay frozen. Unlike like sliding against each other, which is the kind of like natural thing you want to do. So now what I'm thinking I can do is that if I detect a collision after moving, I can instead check the collider that I've collided with, get the center of the object attached to that collider, and then have it move the same distance as the movement away from the center. So if I move in this direction, right, what it'll do is it'll move this box down to like here, and then because I'm overlapping, it'll move me away from the center. So the effect will be that in one frame it slides down rather than it just canceling the movement altogether. So that way it kind of like slides against it normally, you know? Um, I'm wondering if it'd be better to just do like a pure physics system. Like instead of doing all of this through like rigid body movement, instead do like rigid body add force for everything, and that way just rely on like friction and mass to like adjust the movements so that if everyone's like sort of piled together, I can rely on a physics system to manage their placement as long as I code the like movement exceptions well, rather than having to have like 80 billion exemptions for, you know, which direction shit has to go in. And then there's the question of the fucking pathing and like how do you have a grid-based pathing system like account and update for the movement and position of every single unit at all times? I don't know. A lot of people want me to use the a lot of people want me to use the what's it called? Yeah, I'm using A star. The what's the kind of grid? Not grid, the kind of graph that people use, people like. Um GXpress? No, no, the nav mesh. Yeah, nav mesh. But it doesn't work with 2D. Oh, hold on. Those nav mesh auto generators work for 3D, not for 2D. I think you can like manually code in a 2D one, but I'm not going to spend 6 hours in a program like building a 3D nav mesh logic for a 2D space. Fuck that. You can work nav mesh logic in 2D. Well, not with A-star and not with Unity's built-in thing. In both cases, it doesn't work. So. Nav mesh cuts or 2D outlines. Dude, I didn't make the programs. I don't know. It says it doesn't work in 2D. A nav mesh is just a grid in 2D. Well, it's not necessarily a grid, but again, like you can look at the documentation for A-star for the Unity inbuilt pathfinding engine. What's up, everyone? Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, Elon Musk 666. Vosh, when will you arrive at the copying code from online phase? That's always been the phase I'm in. New York ordered by appeals court to redraw House map. 6 seats could change. Oh, really? New York is ordered by appeals court to redraw House map. The decision, if upheld, could allow Democrats to shift as many as 6 GOP-held seats in their direction. Republicans vowed to appeal. Damn. It's kind of crazy how New York Dems are so weak that they've allowed New York to get to the position that it's in right now. I did, Paul DSSB. Okay, close this. Did you realize you put JFK Jr. not RFK Jr.? Did I? Check. Did I? Check. 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 Idiot. Retard. Check. You have no idea how bad the DNC is in New York City. It's unbelievable. No, I do know how bad it is, actually. I hear stories nonstop. It's just the absolute height of, like, corporate crony DNC complacency, you know? Purposefully toothless, that's right. They're all bought. Yes, you did originally. No, I didn't. Benny Johnson got paid for being on Twitter. Let me see. Breaking. Twitter monetization for creators is real. I just received my first ad revenue payment from Twitter. First check equals 10K. I would typically never share personal financial info. Creators need to know. Okay, guys, this is like the oldest trick in the book for social media companies, okay? Elon Musk and Twitter created a small pool of money that they would be willing to distribute to selected people who have the blue check mark. This is not proportional. Like, if you took a look at how many views Benny Johnson gets in his tweets, and then you, like, go, oh, so if I get a blue check mark and I have the same number of views, will I get the same amount of money? No, you won't. I guarantee you that the people who were selected for these payouts were all Elon simps, so they can all go online and proselytize about what a great platform Twitter is and what an excellent place it is to share your content, so you can get all this money. Yeah, it's a classic scheme. It's exactly the same thing that, like, streaming companies do, or like Kick did or whatever, where they really sweeten the pot early on. Yeah, Timmy got one too. Oh, what a shocking coincidence. Holy fuck, at Elon Musk, thank you, wow. You've gotten $6,000. Again, like, it's all like advertising, right? Tim Pool is very, very wealthy. Like, holy fuck, thank you, sir. Yeah, like, come on. It's just a way of trying to get more people to buy Twitter Blue. Like, that's the whole point. It's like a lottery. Thank you for the gold, kind Elon. Did Cat Turd get paid? I hope so. It's actually a pretty desperate move on Elon's part. No, it literally is. And the amount of money they're paying out is tiny. Hold on. I think didn't they say it was 50 million or something? Twitter ad revenue payout total. I think that was said at some point. Well, Google search brought up this. Twitter's U.S. ad sales plunged 59%, which is why I imagine you guys have probably been seeing the exact same ads, like, over and over again while scrolling through Twitter. Oh, dude. It's not 50 million. It's 5 million for the entire gigantic social media website of Twitter. The first rollout of ad payments is 5 million. I hope everyone here understands that how nothing that is. Like, for the size of Twitter, absolutely nothing. It's literally like, please, God, buy Twitter Blue. Please, please. Maybe you'll get in on the pot. Meanwhile, whoa, this is new. Twitter owes ex-employees 500 million in severance lawsuit claims. Damn. Who would have thought that there might be consequences to just like firing out of hand thousands of people with no legal consultation or forethought? Under a severance plan created by Twitter in 2019, most workers were promised 2 months their pay plus 1 week of pay for each year. So, damn, actually not a terrible severance package. I mean, certainly relative to the workplaces that I had before starting streaming. 2 months of their base pay plus 1 week of pay for each full year of service if they were laid off. Senior employees such as McMillan were owed 6 months of base pay, according to the lawsuit. Twitter only gave laid off workers at most 1 month of severance pay, and many did not seem anything. Woo! Do you think Elon's intentionally trying to sabotage Twitter? No, I genuinely just think he's really stupid. Again, like, to be clear, there are so many evil things that evil men do that I'm willing to get like, oh, well, they're evil and they enjoy suffering. Elon is evil, but I really think a lot of this is genuinely just low IQ. He's just less than average. He's worse intellectually than most people. Yeah, this is what happens with when you surround yourself with yes men. Literally, like that. Seriously, this happens to like everyone. You know, um, it's like the yes men phenomena. A ton of the mistakes that Hitler made during the war, yes men, because of course he'd kill people who disagreed with him. Interestingly enough, apparently one of the only reasons that Stalin did as well as he did during World War II was because he was surrounded by yes men, but one of the yes men that he had around him was competent. And there was a general in World War II. I forget his name, but there was a general in World War II who Stalin respected, and he was actually good. He was a yes man. Was it Zhukov? Well, yeah, I think it was Zhukov. Yeah, and he was a yes man. Like he was in Stalin's cabinet, and, you know, they were buddy, but he just happened to be competent. So yeah, he did a good job as a yes man, I guess. But yeah, I don't think Elon has good yes men around him. Didn't Zhukov secretly hate Stalin? I think typically yes men tend to despise the people they're yes men for, um, secretly or otherwise. I don't know if it was the case with him specifically, but that does tend to be the case, I think. Is that true, Arscarva? Interesting. Well, I know it was in effect to some extent, but I could look more into it. Um, anyway, yeah. I wonder who else is bragging about like Twitter monetization. Hold on, wait. Twitter monetization. I wonder if I could find a couple more conservatives that are like screaming about it. Benny Johnson talking about it. Dell from Dell in the City. I don't see a lot of people talking about it. I mean, if you're only giving away 5 million, I guess there's not going to be that much buzz because you can only hit so many people, right? Um, yeah. I don't know if it's true, but there's this anecdote that Zhukov could read Stalin's mood based on how Stalin was smoking his pipe. I feel like smoking a pipe is a very emotive activity that you could read someone's emotions on. Like, you could look at a person smoking a pipe and think like, oh, they're doing that in an angry way. I feel like you could get a lot out of that, you know? Um, yeah, there's a lot projected into that. Did you guys know about Stalin's big boy room? The big boy room that Stalin had, where he had like his booster seat put really high up, and then in front of him was a table with like a bunch of stuff like pens and chairs that were too small for an adult. So everyone had to go to the baby room and sit down and look up at him from the baby seat, and he would be like in a big chair. What was it called? The Stalin leader room? The Stalin deal move? What was it called? The Stalin something? What was it called? Is that true? I've heard it from multiple sources. The power room. The power room. The Kunsevo Joseph's personal residence. Hold on. Stalin preferred to sleep on the couch instead of the bedroom. I get that. I don't see it in the wiki article. Maybe this is a bit unrelated. I don't get that. Some couches are really comfy, man. Yeah. No, I have not watched the Death of Stalin movie. I get that too, but eventually sleeping on the couch fucks up your neck or back. Well, it depends on the couch, right? I mean, if it's well, if it's well proportioned for it, watch it. Okay, I'll watch it. Jesus. I think it's good to sleep in multiple places. The idea of like you sleep on one thing for your entire life is a pretty modern thing. I don't know. I feel like there could be some value to maybe sleeping around. Not sleeping around. Well, sure, maybe, but Zhukov was so well respected that Eisenhower sent him fishing supplies because he loved fishing. That's good to know. Okay, this is all very tangential. You got on r/all? What? 52K upvotes. God damn. The Vosh comet. The Vosh meteor. Oh, right. The Hunter Biden bit. I remember. I saw people in chat, in the YouTube chat, complaining that I haven't gained any subs in a while, which I basically haven't, before I started stream. So I looked out of curiosity because this has been like my go-to narrative. And in the past year, I've gotten 150,000 subs, and I've lost like 120,000. I feel like a lot of people don't understand. It's not that there's no like agitation in the number of people who like watch my content, or like that I don't have new people joining, because I do all the time. I still get emails all the time. I just started watching you. It's that I'm so hated and subject to so many anti-me campaigns that it gets compensated for by like a near equal number of people who leave because they hate me. Obviously, I would love to get, a million new subs a day and have it stick. But if I had to choose between stagnation and like equivalent agitation, I would definitely choose this. Get in that Twitch community. You got enough viewers to bring you to the top most gaming categories? No. Yeah, but I'm not gaming. I don't know. I guess I could go back to duo streaming. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Twitch is just so tetchy, What about trio streaming? What about Twitch, YouTube, and Kick? Oh, that would be the go-getter. Oh yeah, you can't duo stream to Twitch. That's right. And Rumble. Oh yeah, and Cozy TV, of course. You could just join Twitch and not worry about getting banned. Nah, you don't want to be banned from Twitch, because then you get unpersoned. No one else can react to your content there. You can't call in to people there. You don't want to get banned from any streaming platform. Majority Report started streaming to Rumble recently. Rumble is just like a no-hold-bar, free speech, no censorship kind of deal, right? What about, like, YouTube Kick Rumble? I feel like because Kick and Rumble have basically no TOS, that at least no TOS that I would violate. Um, it'd be pretty easy to just do the 3-to-1. You know, they're trying to bait people to call in. They said it in the show. That's a great strategy. That works. Is Rumble also a gambling industry front, or is that the Nazi front? Rumble is the Nazis. Kick is the gambling streaming front. D Live. D Live has been replaced. D Live is irrelevant. You could get on Kick and make fun of gamblers. Man, the gambling shit just depresses me. I hate gambling, so I'm like a moral Puritan on gambling. Okay, 100 years ago, I would have been walking around with one of those like morally Puritan, like white dress wearing women who would carry feathers and shame men on the street for walking around with gambling winnings or something. I fucking hate gambling. Um, really, really despise it. It's literally just because gambling is a psychological trap that like folds weak people in for the benefit of the house. I like it's so because all the stuff that makes gambling exciting you can get without casinos, right? Like the thrill of putting it all on black or whatever. Like that's something you can replicate in a million less destructive ways. Um, if you're into math, gambling can be fun. Okay, to be clear, when I say gambling, I'm mostly talking about slots. If somebody wants to play poker and like risk it all on that, at least that's a game where you're playing against other people and you're like competing with people. Like, okay, fine. But slots is like mathematically guaranteed to not like you're it's literally just like tossing coins into a fountain and hoping that somehow more coins bounce back. It's ridiculous. Um and it just preys on mentally vulnerable people. Some people are just vulnerable to gambling. They have gambling addictions, you know? And it's really sad. It's not even math, right? The machines are intentionally designed to cheat. Well, no, mathematically they don't pay out as much as you give in. Like that's just a guarantee. I don't know if a slot or like a slots can necessarily cheat because it's just chance. I mean, it's all back end stuff, you know? I think there's a legal requirement that there has to be some measure of payout from the house, even for slot machines, but it's certainly not like 1-to-1. They pay out 92% usually. The average slot makes 8% of everything you put in. Yeah, which is just low enough. Like, it's just low enough of a cut that a lot of people will think, like, oh, I just have to get lucky twice or whatever. Like, they put in $5 worth and they get like $4 back. And it's like, oh, so I just have to get that again. I'll be $3 up or whatever. Or like scale that up to whatever proportion. But of course, like, mathematically, that's just not how it works. Anyone watch Kaiji? That's the real anti-gambling anime right there. That's the real red pill. Probably Dino Smash, yeah. Kaiji is anti-gambling? Yeah, he's always like suffering. He suffers so much. Kaiji is a gambling addict. Multiple times in the anime and in the manga, Kaiji, through genius and a lot of luck and a lot of ingenuity, works his way out of a problem and then immediately goes back to gambling because he's a gambling addict. That's the point. Like even if you are as cool as Kaiji, and he is very cool, it doesn't change the fact that it's like an addiction and it hurts you, you know? Been mean to watch that for a while. It's a really good anime. And it's a good manga. Their noses, though, I think their noses are funny. I see, Bablado. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Did you watch Nimona? Yes, I watched Nimona. Casinos banning you for card counting is such bullshit. Yeah, because if you card count effectively, you make blackjack a net, like, gain. It's really dumb. Yeah, it's basically like you can only do this if you play it poorly, you know? Hey, can we talk about the real addiction that's claiming people's lives and attention? Can somebody explain to me, please, what's going on with this? Hold on. There we go.
Time, fire, fire, grab, grab, grab. Time, fire, fire, grab.
This clip isn't long enough. Wait, hold on. Somebody needs to explain to me this. I'm genuinely asking. I want to know. I want to be caught up. I want to be caught up in the dynamic.
Coconut so good. Coconut so good. Balloon. Grab, 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 grab. Coconut so good. Grab, 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 grab. Balloon. Grab. Ice cream so good. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, thank you, VC. You got me feeling like a queen, huh? Thank you, Shelby. Fire, 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 fire. Ooh, gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good. Fire, fire, fire.
Yeah, I have to assume this is like a fetish thing. She's also popping popcorn kernels one at a time with a hair straightener. That's what she's got going on right there. That's a popcorn kernel there. Yeah, it's like a kink ASMR thing, I think. No, yeah, so people pay to send emojis, and she reacts to the emoji like an NPC. Like it just prompts a preset behavior from her. How is this hot? I don't know. It being a kink thing doesn't mean that everyone finds it's like a specific. Yeah, it's like TTS basically, except with a person. I don't know. First of all, I respect her. This looks like it's really hard to do. This looks difficult to do. I don't know if I could do this. You know, this is charisma.
Fire, fire, fire. Take your lily sleigh, huh? Meow, meow. That was so good. Coconut, pop, amazing. Oh, thank you, Chris. I love you. Love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. Balloon.
Doesn't this look exhausting? Like, doesn't it, like, just imagine physically, like, doing all of these gestures and motions and cycling between all of these, like, vocal things with no change in your tone or intonation. She's not even stopping to breathe. She's just, like, running through all of it. This is torture. I feel, well, it's popular. I don't know. This is some weird shit, but I'm very psychologically interested. I don't know. This is like a strange phenomena.
Grab. Ice cream so good. Oh, thank you, user. I love you. Love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. Cake, 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 cake. Fire, 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 fire. Fire.
If I had to guess, I would say that it's probably half performance art and half of it is like the pseudo-erotic thrill of, isn't this thing called like doll? It's like a control thing. Like, here's a hot woman and she's just like being puppeted by the emojis that people are paying to send in. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's like, yeah, like dollification or something. I'm sure I've seen a doujin of that sometime. That's fascinatingly weird. Yeah, but it's interesting, isn't it? So yeah, like performance art and also some kind of, it's not interesting. You guys don't find it interesting? I think that it's almost objectively interesting. You don't have to like it. I'm just saying it's interesting. It's interesting and baffling. Well, yeah, those two things often overlap. I don't find it interesting. I find it disturbing. I mean, you know, you guys send donations into me, and you know goddamn well what I'm going to say when I read them, okay? Wow, thank you so much for the this read donation. Haha, thank you. So, you know, maybe we're not so different, she and I. Say fire, fire, fire. Fire, fire, fire. Gang, gang. There. That's not why we donate. You don't donate is some kind of performance art / pseudo kink. You get to puppet me by commanding me to respond in a predictable way. Mimetic virus. I think it's interesting. Okay, what are these fucking links? Brawl erupts in Kosovo parliament after water thrown at PM. Huh. Albin Kurti was speaking about measures to diffuse tensions with ethnic Serbs in the north. Who threw the water? Kosovo. Kosovo. I love parliament brawls. True. Oh, man. When a member of the opposition placed a mocking picture of him on the podium. Dude, their politics are so advanced. Imagine if somebody in Congress was giving a speech at the front and then somebody else came up and put like a mocking Wojak of them right in front of the podium. This is better than what we have. You fool. I've already depicted you as the soy jack. I came prepared. He has a Pinocchio nose, I see.
Nuk ka votim.
Qetësi ju lutem.
Është bërë në kuvendin e Republikës, e që ka qenë kriminal, e ne nuk e kemi kundërshtuar edhe denoncuar.
Oh my God.
Hey. Ju lutem policia brenda kuvendit.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so who threw the water? Is the person who threw the water somebody who wants harsher action against the Serbs, or somebody who is like pro-Serb? Who threw the water? On Wednesday, Kurti announced he would reduce the number of special police officers stationed outside 4 municipal buildings in ethnic Serb-majority areas in northern Kosovo and hold new mayoral elections in each of their towns. Okay, I'm going to be real. I think it's cucked that they're holding new mayoral elections. Basically, Kosovo is a breakaway state full of like ethnically Albanian people who were being genocided by the Serbs. They had a breakaway state. NATO helped. But there are still Serbs in Kosovo. And to protest the Kosovo government, a bunch of ethnically Serb areas all protested their local elections. And as a result, only Kosovars in the area voted. And they got Kosovar leadership in these like mayoral elections in majority Serb areas. And then afterwards, these cuck fucking Serbs whined. And they were like, well, how are you going to have us be ruled locally by Kosovars too? You didn't vote. You didn't vote. What do you think is going to happen if you don't vote? And now I guess they're kowtowing and they're going to be like, okay, like to be nice, we're going to give you your Serb leaders anyway. Why would you capitulate? The move angered the opposition, who argued that Kurti experimented for months and jeopardized Kosovo's international position, only to back down later. So I guess they were mad that he's allowing for the elections to be redone. Most ethnic Serbs in Kosovo have also refused to acknowledge Kosovo's statehood, which is backed by the U.S. and most EU nations, but not Russia and China. Dog, here's a real question, okay? Real question. If you are an ethnic Serb in Kosovo, I have a question for you, okay? Why not just fucking leave? Bro, it's the Balkans. Kosovo is the size of, like, Los Angeles County, okay? These are not large areas, all right? If you're in a majority Serb area of Kosovo and you don't recognize the Kosovo government, even though it's been 25 years and NATO already bombed the shit out of Serbia and will do it again, we'll do it again for no reason. And currently, right now, the US president is Joe Biden, the guy who gave an impassioned speech for bombing the shit out of Serbia. If you don't like being in Kosovo, fucking leave. Take your shit and walk like 5 miles into the Serbian border, okay? What the fuck is wrong with you? Dude, oh my god. Keep in mind that, like, this isn't even a response to some kind of, like, drastic oppression of Serbian people in Kosovo. The Serbs tried to kill or displace all of the Kosovars, and the NATO had to intervene to prevent the genocide from being total. It's not as small as it looks. I'd say this is about 1 mile wide. It's like 1 city block. They've lived there for centuries. It's too tied to their identity. They'd literally rather die than leave. Then die. I'm sorry. I have no respect for Serbs who are ass-pained in Kosovo because they're mad they didn't finish their genocide. That's what they are. They're literally there just like seething that the fucking Serbian military didn't finish the genocide and clear out all of the ethnically Albanian people from Serbia. Like, I'm sorry. No sympathy. Remember that pro-Serb guy that we had on? And, like, the conversation was, I was, like, playing Elden Ring. The conversation was, like, 2 hours or something. And the conversation was basically just him, like, him going, like, okay, well, like, have you considered that Albanians are stinky? Have you considered they smell bad and their skulls are shaped wrong? Like, it's, oh, Serbs, man. Ooh, Serbs. Yeah, Joe Biden NATO wave. .mp3.
This resolution does not endorse the president's decision, as we should.
Committee. But Europe cannot stay united without the United States. There is no moral center in Europe. When in the last 2 centuries have the French or the British or the Germans or the Belgians or the Italians moved in a way to unify that continent, to stand up to this kind of genocide? When have they done it? And the only reason anything is happening now is because the United States of America finally is understanding her role.
Allowing us to make this announcement.
No one will deny.
Yeah, he's literally saying, like, listen, if the Europeans will not manage their continent, we will. Now that's some America immediately after the end of the Cold War vibes. Is that true, though? Well, I fully support NATO intervention in Serbia. Yeah, I'm 100% on board with that. Yeah. That day, his speech tripled the Albanian population. Yeah, they have a powerful ally. Is it true other NATO countries didn't actually push for an intervention? Oh, I actually don't know. I don't know the actual, like, I don't know what the buildup was in terms of support for intervention there. I don't actually know. What is this?
In NATO? President Zelensky, how soon after the war would you like to be in NATO? How soon after the war would you like to join NATO?
An hour and 20 minutes.
Here we go. You
guys ask really insightful questions.
So fucking based, bro. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's like every once in a while you see these glimmers through the dementia. One hour and 20 minutes. Oh no, Cornel West is being a Dumbo. Well, oh yeah, Cornel West is just like he's Cornel West and RFK Jr. are combined like the Jimmy Dore candidate, which is fitting because Edward Snowden basically endorsed both of them the other day on Twitter. Yeah. I don't know why you linked the Adam Something community post rather than Cornel West. I should start doing community posts, man, if I want to grow. Let us not be deceived. NATO is an expanding instrument of U.S. global power that provoked Russia into a criminal invasion. Blah, blah, blah. We've seen this a million times before. Worthless shit. Send more cluster bombs to Ukraine. I want to see more of them over there. How much he's getting paid to say that shit? I don't know. He could be getting paid. He kind of acts a little bit addled. The way that he like went with the People's Party and then a week later backed off, said oops, then went with the Green Party. Yeah, that was really embarrassing. Like really, really embarrassing. I don't know. It's hard to say. Really unfortunate about Snowden. Well, Snowden isn't a political ally. Snowden was correct in his whistleblowing and identifying the threat of the U.S. surveillance state. But like Snowden, politically, Snowden isn't like a savvy left progressive ally of our cause or anything. Yeah, he's hiding in Russia, and presumably his politics are have been effectively groomed into the specific kind of anti-Americanism that Russian media likes to promote. To my understanding, Snowden wants to leave Russia, but the U.S. won't let him. So oh, no. The reason he's in Russia is because we don't have an extradition treaty with them. America wants to prosecute Snowden for the whistleblowing. I think that all charges should be dropped against him. I think that Snowden was a hero for leaking that information. You know, I want him to be free. But he's absolutely still subject to political influence while in Russia. And like, you know, it's so easy to see the pipeline from him being chased out of America for his just and noble whistleblowing, and then like, you know, sort of being corralled into a set of positions which are like RT adjacent, you know, where it's like, well, criticizing American power and American empire, but in a framework that doesn't meaningfully change it, but rather just kind of promotes internal dissidence and you know, confuses the body politic. Oh fuck, we have so many links to start with. Okay, hold on.
Yes, 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 yes.
Hungarian bookstore fined for selling LGBTQ novel in the youth section. This is really sad, but at the same time, it's Hungary, so I'm honestly kind of surprised that like the bookstore wasn't burned down. Damn, $36,000. Holy shit. Heartstopper is so good. That the book was Heartstopper? A Heartstopper, yeah, in the youth literature section. And for failing to place it in closed packaging as required by a 2021 law. Adapted for television. It was adapted for Netflix? Oh, what was the name of the Netflix adaptation? Well, at least they weren't shot. It was just called Heartstopper? Oh, okay. I didn't hear about it. Let's see. Disney CEO Bob Iger said that the writers and actors are not being realistic with these strikes. Fuck him. He makes $1 billion a second. Fuck him. Piece of shit. Scum. Nina Turner is leaving her show in TYT. I didn't know Nina Turner had a show with TYT. To be honest, I've cared a lot less about Nina Turner lately. A lot less than I used to, at least. I feel like Nina Turner has kind of like run down that same, you know, like third party, sort of like electoral inactivity road. She's Bernie or bust again. Yeah, I can't abide this shit. I can't. I can't tolerate it. Nina Turner lost badly in her House race, then became third party adjacent. Yeah. She's not leaving. Jen canceled her show. I'm surprised he would even have her, considering, you know, her political positions. Got to get that paper somehow. Oh yeah, speaking of, did you guys see that like one of the people who worked with Marianne Williamson apparently said that she's just doing this all for a book deal? Here it is. From Jeremy Elwood. Marianne Williamson, her campaign's not a campaign. It is a book tour. Here is how I know. I was the national field director. I was fired, along with anyone who mentioned ballot access or field plan. Her focus is only on events and social media. I was half joking a month ago that this is a book tour. I found that on the day that I was fired, she has a book coming out in September. When I brought up in a staff call that we still don't have ballot access in any state, she literally called ballot access, quote, mythical stuff. Myself, national field director, and my partner, field strategist, were let go after we toiled to make a solid national field plan and had to pivot to political director roles to fill gaps so we could finish the field plan. We weren't allowed to complete our roles because of, quote, mythical stuff. Marion has fired those who knew how to make a campaign win and has kept and promoted those who are only event and social media aware. Again, she has no ballot access and doesn't care, calls ballot access mythical stuff. I don't know why they keep repeating this. Marianne Williamson bleeding staff. This is from about a week ago. 6 more depart in internal feud. 6 staffers left her team through a round of firings and resignations. Yeah, Didn't she say that she knows she can't win the presidency? Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. She was never going to win the presidency. So I guess from her perspective, she could consider ballot access to be mythical in the sense that it doesn't matter because it will have no outcome on her viability as a presidential candidate. However, it's pretty dishonest to frame what you're doing as a presidential campaign when you don't actually intend to give it your all, you know? Like, even if there's no shot of you winning, that doesn't mean that you can advertise yourself as a presidential candidate, but and like not do the things necessary to give it a shot, you know? Like, I don't necessarily have an issue with running as a candidate and primarily focusing on like social media stuff. I mean, we're going to talk about RFK today, but I think dishonestly promoting it or like presenting it in this way is kind of wait, is this Orb Mommy? Yeah, Marianne Williamson, the Orb Mommy. Yeah. Why is it so impossible to primary an incumbent president? It's not, bro. Ron DeSantis has had a ton of energy put into him running against running against Trump. The problem is that the DNC is so internally anti-democratic that they're not doing anything to promote platforms for potential future. Like, why? Guys, here's a question. Why is it right now that I guarantee you that if you wanted to, you could probably rattle off a dozen prominent Republican politicians who have all had shots at or could potentially have shots at the presidency, and you can't do the same with Democrats? Why is it that when people think about alternatives to Biden, their best thought is like, oh, what about like Bernie, the 500-year-old man? Like, the problem is, even if you think that Biden is the best one to go for, which he isn't, and voters agree, including Democrat voters, that they would rather another candidate than Biden, The problem is that it takes a lot of time and effort and investment to give political actors the prominence and the platform that could make them viable candidates in the future. That shit doesn't happen magically. As a party, the whole point of the DNC is to take people of like political interests, elevate them, give people access to what they say and what they have to say, and then allow their popularity and their effectiveness to sort themselves out. So that way you have a healthy range of available candidates. Obviously, the DNC is not internally democratic, which means that like they're not obligated to do this by law. They or even like inclined to do it. But you would think purely for the health of the party, they would not want to have their only viable presidential candidate be one 80-year-old man. Like, does anyone else think that might be a little bit damaging for democracy? The idea that like the entire Democratic Party, the apparatus of the party that is larger and stronger than any other Democratic Party in the world, represented by one 80-year-old man and no other potential candidate, to the point where we basically don't even have a primary. We have Kamala, though. Kamala is worse than nobody. Kamala is the least likable human being in history. It's unfathomable how anti-charismatic she is. She can never be president, and she never will be president. Who's worse, Kamala or Pete? Kamala. Kamala's worse. Kamala's so much worse. Pete Buttigieg might be an Obama wannabe, but like, okay, sure, then do Obama, a wannabe shit. I know you did like bread price fixing and you're like a weird fucking intel agency, like deep state, like lunatic who has dreams of power and nothing else. But like Kamala Harris, when was the last time you saw anything about Kamala Harris apart from people making fun of her for not having charisma? The only time I've ever seen her, guys, to be clear, okay? On Twitter, on Instagram, environments which are full of women and people of color who will yes queen stuff that black women do, have you seen them yes queening her? No, not even the yes queen crowd is yes queening Kamala Harris because she is so eminently hateable. They don't. Yeah, they stopped doing it after the election. She hasn't done anything. She hasn't fronted anything. Nobody likes her. Look at this shift in approval versus disapproval for Kamala Harris. And keep in mind, this is with her doing nothing. She's done nothing. She hasn't done anything. She's just been sitting in a chair in a back room. She's in a broom closet somewhere in the Oval Office. And this is what's happened. She hasn't done anything. Michelle Obama did more as First Lady than Kamala Harris has done, vastly more as First Lady than Kamala Harris has done as Vice President. Like the shift is so large, and the relative prominence. Where's the K-Hive now? Literally vanished into thin air. Well, the K-Hive were always just the most toxic yes queen crowd, right? But there's nothing to yes queen. She doesn't do anything. Like, if I, hold on, Kamala Harris. If I look up, like, news on Kamala Harris. View full coverage. Kamala Harris ties Calhoun's 191-year-old record for breaking Senate ties. Okay. Okay, so it's all just the tie-breaking record. Okay. Okay. All right. She just hasn't done anything. She gave an embarrassing interview just after Roe v. Wade was overturned and refused to answer any question or provide solutions. Yeah, we talked about this on the stream. Or we talked about that specific interview on the stream. It was horrible. Like, it looked terrible. Do you think the Dems have a chance for 2024 if the only candidate will be Biden? I still think that Biden beats out Trump in the current environment in 2024. But don't you think it's a bad idea to get primaried when you're the incumbent? No, not at all. That's healthy. That's good. Not even remotely. Not even slightly. Primaries are good. I don't think primaries weaken the incumbent candidate. I don't think anyone who was going to vote for Biden would see him argue with, like, I don't know, Pete Buttigieg, and then think Pete Buttigieg was cool, but then Biden wins the primary, and then they decide not to vote for Biden. I don't think that's like a real thing. But primaries engage a lot of people, because even if you have groups that that pull interest from demographics outside the people that Biden already appeals to, they can just endorse Biden if they lose, and that can like improve his appearance. There's so much more to this than yeah. Real question: Kamala or Hillary? Hillary. No, literally Hillary. Kamala has done nothing. Hillary might be an unlikable, evil, spiteful piece of shit, but Hillary is also, I will give her credit for one thing, intelligent. I can't fault her on that premise. She's obviously smart. As unlikable and lizard-like as she is, that's definitely true. Kamala Harris hasn't even done anything to indicate she's intelligent because she doesn't do anything. Like, at least Hillary would be a politician. What would Kamala Harris do if she was president? What would that even be? And Hillary is more charismatic than Kamala Harris. That's true. I don't know. She's an actual cop. Look, I just don't want a fascist to win. Okay? You're putting the cart before the horse? Historically, primary challenges to the incumbent presidents are signs of extreme weakness. To be fair, Biden is kind of weak. A majority of Democrat voters say they would rather somebody else be the main candidate. Like, we can't always accept the incumbent that the Democrats shove down our throat. He's too old. That's a legitimate concern. Also, what are we supposed to do after all of this is done? Like, when 2024 is done, Biden, like, assuming he wins, whether he does, whether he doesn't, whatever, in future elections, who else is going to step up to the plate? The field is empty. On the Republican side of things, there are tons of people who could potentially assert themselves in terms of, like, presidential candidacy. I'm talking Ron DeSantis, obviously. I'm talking Ted Cruz. I'm talking Lindsey Graham, less of a chance, sure. But like, these are people who assert themselves continuously in the media, like as independent leaders. There are plenty of Republican governors who could also take a crack at it. But what about the Democrats? Now, I know your immediate thought would be like, oh, what about the Justice? But no, think for a second. Real, like, broadly supported Democrat figures. Who? Gavin Newsom? Yeah, Gavin Newsom's an option. But he didn't even whisper anything this time around. Not even a little, oh, maybe sometime, like what? Wait, it's Gavin? No, it's Gavin. I just call him Gavin because it's California. Newsom came out swinging at DeSantis publicly a lot, but nothing about the presidency. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's a sign of tremendous weakness for a party if their message is basically like, hey, a majority of our voters would prefer somebody else, but we're going with this guy anyway. No primary, not even going to like promote anyone leading up to it. Think of it like K-Fab, right? Like, it's like wrestling, It's not enough to just have one guy on top. In order to have like a satisfying narrative that people can relate to, something to hook, to engage, you have to have multiple people in the ring, so to speak. You have to have like multiple participants in the process, because otherwise it gets stale. I mean, politics is all kayfabe anyway, so. Is it kayfabe? Did I mispronounce that one sincerely? I'm kind of curious to know if Dem voters are fine with this because they're scared of reps. There was a study that was done just the other day. Look. Look. Do you think Joe Biden is the strongest candidate that Democrats could nominate for president in 2024? Among all voters, yes, he is 20%. But that's all voters. Among Democrats, it's 39 to 36, with a sizable chunk of like, oh, I don't know, in between. What, 25% in between? Yeah, 25%, I don't know. Like, really? And this is in an environment where there are no other primary candidates. So, like, even in an environment where Joe Biden is unchallenged, not even 2/5 of Democrats are willing to say he's the strongest candidate they could nominate for president in 2024. Like, yeah, this doesn't inspire confidence in me. Yeah, 26% not sure, right? For a total of 101% because of rounding errors. The media hates Biden because he's old. The media, there is no the media. There's right-wing and left-wing media. And left-wing media is like positive to fine with Joe Biden, and right-wing media thinks that he's a lizard person, which they'll think of any left-leaning candidate. Yeah, Quoteth, I really just don't know how much it would hurt Biden to have like any kind of challenge to him. Right? Like, keep in mind, 2020 had some pretty robust Democratic primaries, which ended with Joe Biden getting more votes than any other presidential candidate in history. What was it, like 82 million or something in 2020? He dealt with Elizabeth Warren. He dealt with where has Elizabeth Warren been? He dealt with Bernie. He dealt with Pete Buttigieg. He dealt with Kamala Harris and then folded her under his wing for VP. And then he went on to get the most votes ever. And yeah, just like, KCJ from LI, you're going to catch a ban again if you keep all caps typing. I don't know why you struggle so much to earn my attention when you know it'll just get you banned. Vosh, am I correct in saying as bad as he is, Biden is the best president the USA has had in decades? If not, who is better? I don't know. There's no, it's hard to quantify like the best in that regard. In terms of progressivism, he's the most progressive president ever in an absolute sense, of course. Like relative to his environment, I don't know. He's better than the Clintons, obviously. He's better than Obama. I mean, Carter was a better man, but not a very effective, leader. I mean, I don't know, but Biden is not as bad of a president as I expected him to be, but the tides are rising and we have higher expectations, okay? Clinton was not dealing with the threat of a fascist takeover of our government. There were problems in the 90s, but that wasn't one of them. George Bush was not a existential threat to democracy the way the Republican Party is today. So things have escalated significantly. Obama is his only competition in 20 years. I don't care for Obama. I don't. Obviously better than McCain and Romney, but disagree about Bush. Well, we had Bush for 8 years. I think it's pretty obvious the Republican Party today is more of a threat to democracy than the Republican Party was back in 2000 to 2008. Totally different party. The right now, if the current Republican Party were like moved back in time, they would be treated by the 2000 to 2008 era Republican Party largely as like lunatic extremists. There's been a huge shift in the right in this country. He certainly paved the way for the current GOP. Well, yeah, sure. I mean, obviously historical materialism, the forces that led, one to the other, largely being like religious extremism, xenophobia, and like, radical fear of like government involvement leading, like sort of chaining down the line to where we are now. But they were at a different stage back then. Don't forget homophobia. Bush was big on that. Yeah, but I'm not going to lie. The homophobia back then was not as vitriolic as the transphobia today. Like, right now, the mainstream right-wing position on trans people, and also largely on LGBTQ people broadly, is that they're like a cabal of society corrupting pedophiles who are destroying the West. Now, obviously, the Republican Party was anti-gay back in 2000, but if I remember, for the most part, with the exception of like the big religious, like far right preachers that you'd hear on the radio, usually their attitude towards gay people was more of a, it's unnatural and I don't approve of that. And that was kind of like the line. There was this patronizing, well, we're here to support, what normal life is. And like other stuff is like, we're not for that. That's not what marriage is. That's not what like love is. But it wasn't the same kind of hyperbolic existential fear mongering. That was more back in the 1980s, back when the AIDS crisis and the Reagan administration was leading to like the most exaggerated degree of homophobic pushback. But it petered out over time, right? I mean, but now it's come back, not for the AIDS crisis, but for the existence of trans people. So it's. What are we talking about? We're talking about a few things, I think. Reagan's fault, as always. As many things are, yes. Vosh, that's just civility, decorum. In material terms, it was just as bad. No, I disagree. I really think that, like, the policy extrapolation of the mainstream Republican position today is genocide. I don't think they were doing gay genocide in the year 2000. In 1980, yes, 100%. Because the official position of the Reagan administration was prevent the CDC from looking at AIDS to allow gay people to die because they thought it was a plague from God. In 2000, it was like they didn't like gay people. They were homophobic. I'm not saying they weren't. But the policy extrapolation of those positions was more stuff like don't ask, don't tell. Not like Republicans screaming into the microphone about how they need to eradicate the gay degeneracy. That's just not the vibe of like 2002, It was much more milquetoast. It was much more liberal. But now with the trans stuff, it's gone right back over to the society is ending, kill the degenerates, blah, 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 which probably isn't good. It was literal genocide with Reagan. Yeah, it was. Yeah, for sure. 100%. There's also a lot more social stratification these days. Whereas back 20 years ago in like 2003, basically everyone was pretty homophobic, but you would get a range of like homophobic but tolerant and homophobic but intolerant, where basically everyone thought that being gay was weird and gross, but there were like the liberal attitude was, yeah, it's weird and gross, but like, love is love, okay, like just don't bother people with it. And like, all right, you're a person too. And then like the right position was like, well, no, they shouldn't be in the military. Don't ask, don't tell. If they don't find out, like, no, they shouldn't be doing this. They shouldn't be doing that. Shouldn't marry. Whereas nowadays society has reached a schism where like 50% of this country is like the youth in our schools are growing up in environments where they meet non-binary people when they're in like high school. And like, then they go on social media and they're all saying like, this is gay, that's gay, but in a positive way. And they're all like half of the population is like culturally gay. And the other half of the population, it's more like 60-40 actually, is like, kill them all, kill the degenerates, extreme far right anti-gay hate or anti-trans hate. So things are more stratified now, The GOP gay marriage acceptance rate over time. Oh yeah, no, the gay marriage acceptance rate has been climbing up. I'm more concerned in like the rate of like, do you think society is ending because of queer people? Oh, got a little dip here. That's nice. On the morality of same-sex relations. From 71 to 64 in just 1 year. This is a pretty significant drop for 1 year. Probably just radicalizing the people who were like milquetoast on the right. Scroll down a little. Yeah, it's like all Republicans. Yeah, I don't know if even the average Republican voter is that hateful towards queer people. No, I've said this before. Not every Republican is that far gone. I'm just generalizing here about like the state of things. Also, fuck, that's scary. Well, keep in mind, like, it's a pretty significant drop in the morality acceptance thing here, but the overall numbers are still pretty positively in our favor. Swagnar, same Vosh, has never lived anywhere even a little red, so he doesn't really get the conditions most of the U.S. Why are you complaining about what I've said? What have I said is inaccurate? Lynchings of gay men were a thing in 2000. The one Idaho guy was mid-90s. Liz falling up. Please shut up, okay? Stop. You can't. I didn't say there weren't lynchings or hate crimes back then, okay? Oh my God. Do you seriously think that there's like any degree of comparable severity between the anti-gay or anti-LGBT attitudes of today or 1980 compared to 2000? Come on. You're like reading into what I'm saying. You're thinking what I'm saying is that like things were fine then. I'm not saying things were fine then. They weren't. But the broader attitude that people had with regards to promoting homophobia from the right was not the same as what it is now. It's just not. It's not. It's just not. I'm not saying things were fine then. You forget that Bush was pushing for a constitutional amendment to ban gay marriage. What? Okay, I'm actually going to start banning you guys. What I'm saying is a fact. You can be mad about it if you want, but deliberately misinterpreting me and then smugly correcting me with information that obviously accounts for what I'm saying. Like, what? Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why do you hate me like this? Yes, obviously, the Republicans in 2000 were anti-gay marriage. Why would that be? When did I even remotely suggest that wasn't the case? I'm talking about the attitude that queer people represent an existential threat to the nation and are degenerates who need to be destroyed. That is the current attitude of the Republican Party, and that was not the broad attitude of the Republican Party in the year 2000. They were still homophobic. They still didn't support gay marriage. They still thought that it was bad and morally wrong or whatever. They were still religious extremists. I'm not saying any of those things aren't true. I'm not saying they used to be tolerant. I'm just saying that the mood is shifted. I don't know why. Why are you doing this to me? I feel like my statement here is fairly straightforward. I'm not rehabilitating the Bush years, okay? Okay, I'm sorry for yelling at you. But like, come on. Obviously, there's a difference here. Big difference between public politics and private life is the thing. The party has gotten much worse, but private hatred hasn't. Yeah, I'm talking about the party platform. I would say that the private hatred of queer people has taken a different tone. But privately, like, homophobes have always been like violent lunatics. Though I do think there's been a shift in the way that it's manifested. Schwarzenegger was governor from 2003 to 2011. I think he represents the last stop before the GOP shift into the genocide stuff. He opposed legal recognition of same-sex marriage, but otherwise he supported LGBT rights legislation, including civil unions. Yeah, well, Arnold Schwarzenegger fits in the same category as like Mitt Romney, basically. Though he is more progressive than Mitt Romney, where he's a Republican, you know, he's not like a super progressive or whatever, but he's very obviously not motivated by some kind of like underlying genocidal intent. In that respect, he's ended up being one of the cooler, like, post, Republican, like, obviously he's still like a shit guy in a lot of ways, but you know what I mean. He's also directly addressed the increasing prominence of neo-Nazism on the right, which is pretty cool. That's cool. Who would you vote for if it was Bloomberg as a Dem and Romney as a Republican for president? Well, I'll always vote for Democrats just because the party apparatus, the Republicans, have to be destroyed. Matt, I guess if the real question was, who would I prefer as a Dem candidate, Bloomberg or Romney, with no other choices? I actually don't know which one I'd prefer. Bloomberg's policies are nominally better than Romney's, for sure, but Bloomberg is also just an empty suit, and Romney actually does have some kind of principles, which is why he didn't take the easy money grift by shifting into full-on MAGA country, along with the rest of his party. Like, Romney has to represent some kind of moral center, even if it's not my moral center. I might actually choose Romney over Bloomberg. But like, this is like a lesser evil thing. This is not an endorsement of either of them. Bloomberg is like Trump now. Well, I mean, he's wealthy like Trump. He's not like Trump policy wise, but no, I mean, yeah, it's mostly a matter of like, you know, because I feel like this is like a vibes based thing, but I really do think that perceived honesty and integrity mean a lot when it comes to candidacy, right? Like, that matters a lot. It's not just the policies that people have. If I get an impression from them that I feel like they're fucking evil and empty, I'm probably less inclined to think highly of their proposed policies, because politicians lie and misrepresent stuff all the time. Romney winning would become a conduit for Mormon cultism. They literally believe if a Mormon wins the presidency, Jesus will come back or something. Well, then it'll be funny to see the sparks fly, I guess. You know, Mormons, a very normal group of people. It's their time. It's their time. Destiny or Hassan president. Okay, if Hassan gets a cabinet of people who can like correct him on foreign policy, Hassan. If Destiny gets locked in a box where he never gets exposed to a left-leaning person telling him that they disagree with anything that he's done, then Destiny. Assuming Hassan doesn't get the foreign policy cabinet. If we can somehow enter Destiny into like an anti-spite machine that prevents him from making decisions based on that, and he makes decisions purely based on I don't know, whatever policy was written in blue ink or whatever motivates him, then I would pick that over the foreign policy cabinet less Hassan. Yeah, if imagine a frictionless spherical Destiny, blue, of course. Now theoretically, what about Hassan president, Destiny VP? No, that would be the war. Are you fucking kidding me? Them working together? Are you kidding me? You have any idea? That would be the end of the world. Absolutely not. It's worse than any other possible combination of possibilities. That would be like a return to the beginning of America, where the vice president was the presidential candidate who had the second largest number of votes. You know, we would get like an Aaron Burr situation where the VP would just be like the guy who's salty about not being president, and they would just sabotage the president's cabinet. You know. Can't believe that was the system before. Yeah, it only took them a couple presidential elections to change it before Jefferson changed it, because that was a pretty dumb system, you know? Yeah, let's have the second commander-in-chief be the guy who ran against the first one, you know? Would you accept a job in the Hassan cabinet? Yeah, put me in the DOT. I want to do a better job than Pete Buttigieg. I want to show people that homosexuals can actually do a good job managing this country's rail network, okay? I will be the most corrupt DOT leader in all of history. I will be like Huey Long up there. It'll be trillions of dollars will disappear from Pentagon funds, and suddenly overnight rail networks will spring up across the country, okay? I will bankrupt every institution but our rail networks, okay? We will have dining and sleeper cars traveling at 136 miles per hour across the country 24/7 with stops every 5 minutes. Where people are shunted onto the train via like hydraulic tubes in a nanosecond before they continue. They won't even have to stop. People will just be shunted into these like hydraulic tubes and then dropped through openings in the top. Okay, everyone will be able to get everywhere in no time at all. No one will take planes again. All of the highways will crumble, and we'll save money off of not having to repair them. Yeah, get this: the train station catches up instead of the train slowing down. Exactly. Replace all roads with steel? Of course, naturally. A little, hey, listen, okay? It's a meal on every man's table, a job in every man's portfolio, and a private rail line to every man's front door, okay? You want some groceries? Get on your little private toot-toot train, okay? You're getting on there, and you are going right down to the grocery store that is 4 blocks away, all right? We will not build walkable neighborhoods. We will build railable neighborhoods. They'll all be like those, yeah, like those like hand crank railroad boards. You know what I'm talking about? Those things where like the like two guys have a big yeah, like this, the hand cars. Just like everyone right to their front door, you know? Everyone's going to be fucking ripped because they're going to be doing like the rowing exercise every time they go outside. These are actually like so cute though. Look, here's like a modern one. Isn't this so cute? Can you imagine like, oh yeah, dude, just gotta like pop down to the store and then you like get on your, look at this. This has 3 wheels. Why does it have 3 wheels? That doesn't make any sense, but sure. Whatever, dude. That's cool. Oh, look. Here's a farmer and their kid, probably. Come on. Don't you want an America where this is how people get around? Come on, little Joseph. It's time for us to go to the park. This is the world that we deserve to live in. 3 wheels better than 2. Yeah, I expected 4, not 2. In Fascist America, everyone gets railed. Yeah. What would cop cars look like? Cop cars would look exactly like this, except they'd be painted blue, and they would have, like, a little metal, like, bumper with, like, spikes on it, like a ramming bumper. So they would, like, they'd be, like, pedaling really hard to catch up, and they'd, like, ram you at 1 mile per hour faster than you're going, you know? Police chases would be hilarious. Yeah, every police officer would have to look like Terry Crews so they could, move it really quick. What do you do for biking, though? Okay, get this, okay? Biking will just be monorail cars, all right? So basically, a bike just has, like, a rail bracket that you slot on top of one side of the rail, and then you just... It's literally like a one-man monorail, and you just zoom ahead. How about that? Genius. BC Man 71 builds bike that can glide along unused railroad. Hell yeah. Look, everyone. Look at the future of America. So good. Average median voter. The front wheel isn't comically large enough. We can work on that. We can work on that. So good. What would fire departments do? There would be no need for fire departments because everything would be made out of metal. And as we know, trains never catch on fire. Okay, we need to move on. Okay, we're almost done with these articles, and then we can move on to the RFK bit. Oh, since it's been an hour and a half, I'm going to click the ad button because nobody can stop me. You're not physically here. You can't physically stop me. If you're watching and enjoying the stream, go on to vosh.gg. You can make a little account super quick. Takes like 2 seconds, and then you can post funny frogs here, you know? I'm just suggesting, not trying to silence your free speech by telling you, you know, that you can't post a YouTube channel. I'm just saying it's a good idea, you know? I'm gonna hit the add button. Sweet. Get ad blocked, fucker. It doesn't hit everyone. Real question, what do you think about jorts? Would you wear a pair? I own a pair of jorts. Jorts can be fine in some specific situations. They're just not like broadly fashionable. There are some like niche cases, I think, where they're totally fine. There are plenty of fashionable outfits with jorts. Also, it's kind of like a gay fashion thing. It's associated with them. It's a bit fruity. Wait, is this true? Yeah. Jorts outfit. First of all, women wear jorts and look fine all the time, so that's not even like in question. Actually, I'm gonna revise what I've said. I think that jorts are just fine. The problem with jorts is when you just wear them with like a t-shirt that's like one size too small and that's it. But I don't think there's anything wrong with them. Look, this guy looks cool as hell. Obviously, this is like more well, it's not high fashion, but it's more involved than your average person's outfit. But that looks great. She looks great. You know? I don't know. Hell, dude, these guys look great. This is like super easy to wear, you know? It's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with jorts. I just think they sound silly. Have you played Amori? Yes, big fan. They need to be a bit oversized. Yeah, jorts need to be... They need to fit your frame well. The super tight jorts thing only really works if you're going for like a gay boy look. You know what I mean? That last pick is not it. It's not perfect, but it's fine. I mostly just think they look like a douchebag because of the shades and headband, you know? And the shoes? Maybe. I don't have many opinions on shoes. I just don't know much about them. I need to get new shoes. Massive L for you. Short shorts and tight shirt are key fashion. No. This is what I said, okay? Tight short shorts are fine if you want to look like a homo. Which, if you do, that's great. I'm not denying you that. But that is what this look is associated with these days. I mean, nobody dresses like this, really. But if you want to look like this, you can. People will think you look gay, but that's cool. You know? Girls like that, though. Girls love guys who look like gay lords. Yeah, that's how it works. All right. World's oceans changing color due to climate breakdown, study suggests. Cool. The sea has become greener due to changes in plankton populations. So more plankton? Ah, finally, at least some life is thriving in this environment. Areas near the equator especially affected. Over 20 years of observations by NASA's MODIS Aqua satellite, an exhaustive data repository, and looked for patterns of change in the ocean's hue through a fuller color spectrum, including red and blue. Plankton of different sizes scatter light differently, and plankton with different pigments absorb light differently. Examine changes in color can give people clear... We do have changes in the color that are significantly emerging in almost all of the ocean of the tropics or subtropics. The changes have been detected in over 56% of the world's oceans. These are not ultra-massive ecosystem-destroying changes. They may be subtle. Well, that's nice. Love my normal planet. Okay, wait. Am I a huge idiot here? Or wouldn't an increase in plankton be good? Right? Because plankton produce oxygen and they consume carbon dioxide, don't they? Wouldn't that be like a corrective measure? Am I thinking of algae, not plankton? That's algae, not plankton. Okay, gotcha. Um, the plankton starve the rest of the water of oxygen because they're blocking out the light, right? Or because they eat all the oxygen. Okay, I see. Algae is bad too because they produce too much nitrogen. There are two different kinds of plankton. One is plant, one is animal. That's confusing. Wait, what is plankton? Microorganisms floating in sea or fresh water, consisting chiefly of diatoms, protozoans, and small crustaceans, and the eggs and larval... Wait, plankton doesn't refer to a specific type of creature? It's just a blanket term that refers to, like, tiny bits of stuff? Oh. I had no idea. I thought plankton was a distinct organism. I didn't know that plankton just meant small things in the water. Yep, you just learned that? Yes, I did. I guess I'd always been given the presumption from SpongeBob that it was a distinct organism. Huh. Well, what types of plankton are growing more prominent then? Doesn't say. Green types, I suppose. What kinds of plankton are plankton then? I'm going to guess this. I think that plankton is this. Look, it even has one red eye, see? This is what plankton is. I don't know what that is, but I think that's what plankton is. Algae block light for seagrass to grow. Okay, well, to be fair, our oceans are fucked by now anyway. Aren't a significant portion, like in excess of 50% of our coral reefs dead or dying? Like a lot of them are? They're so cool. They can probably recover, though. Oh, to be clear, for people who are like super doomer, okay? The oceans are like really wacky. If we fix the climate change stuff, the oceans will come back with like pretty quick too. Like life, like life finds a way. Life does find a way, okay? The propagation of life across the trillions of organisms in the ocean is something which, if given the opportunity, will happen quite quickly. Once we correct the climate stuff, it won't be exactly the same as it was before. There are always changes, but that's always the case anyway. Environments change. So, you know, what is lost is not forever lost, is what I mean. It can be fixed. And even if we don't fix things, eventually the oceans will correct themselves and become full of life that are just adjusted to the conditions that have been set upon them by us. It's really change that causes mass death, more so than any specific set of circumstances. As long as the circumstances brought upon the world are within the range that life can flourish, it will flourish given time. It's just rapid change is something that species tend to bottleneck at. Just saying, the beauty of Earth is not gone forever. It sucks. I'm just saying it's not like permanent endgame stuff. I'm more concerned about us, If a different species of fish becomes more prominent in the future, I don't really mind that much. I do mind, however, if something replaces humans, namely not humans. I do not want to be replaced with, I don't know, raccoons, as much as I love them. Huh. Phytoplankton, zooplankton, mycoplankton, bacterioplankton, and virioplankton. So it's literally anything. Literally anything. Algae, animals, fungi, bacteria, viruses. It's just the whole soup. Man, there sure is a lot of stuff in the ocean, huh? Yes and yes, Nicole666. No promises, Jack Nicholson. I hate learning. The actors just voted to strike and the nanny gave an awesome speech. The nanny. Oh, 6 minutes. Okay, so the strike has properly begun with the Screen Actors Guild in addition to the Writers Guild. That's actually a huge deal. So for those of you who aren't fully caught up, the Writers Guild of America, which has striked many times before, has striked once again due to insufficient wages, and they want promises that they're not all going to be replaced with ChatGPT. They've now been joined by the Screen Actors Guild. What's going on here? Oh, this is coming right after Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, said that writers and actors are not being realistic with strikes. He said this because he's evil and he hates you. He wants all people who aren't him to starve to death, and he wants to live on a castle on the moon, as is the case with all rich people who are dealing with labor disputes from non-rich people. It's very disturbing to me, he said, evilly. We've talked about disruptive forces on this business and all the challenges we're facing. The recovery from COVID, which is ongoing, it's not completely back. This is the worst time in the world to add to that disruption, Iger said. I understand any labor organization. Oh, you guys are so selfish, asking for money when we just dealt with COVID. Hey, hold on. Bob Iger bonuses. Let's see. Target reward of up to $25 million for each year in his contract. Disney's Boomerang CEO Bob Iger to receive $27 million annually. Well, you know. He needs that for all the hard work that he does, okay? But all those writers who are barely employed and work like paycheck to paycheck. I understand any labor organization's desire to work on behalf of its members to get the most compensation and to be compensated fairly based on the value they deliver. We managed, as an industry, to negotiate a very good deal with the Directors Guild that reflects the value the directors contribute to this great business. We wanted to do the same thing with the writers, and we'd like to do the same thing with the actors. There's a level of expectation that they have, and it's just not realistic. So that's interesting. They were able to easily arrive at a conclusion with the guild representing the directors, i.e. the significantly more powerful people in the hierarchy of a Hollywood production, you know. But all these little people, there's a level of expectation they have, and it's just not realistic. They're adding to the set of the challenges this business is already facing that is, quite frankly, very disruptive. Hold on really quickly. Disney quarterly profits. Just real quick here. Interesting. Walt Disney Company reported a 13% increase in Q2 earnings to $21.8 billion with a B. Well, you know, those are earnings, not profits. Maybe they didn't make any profits. Attendance at theme parks and resorts drove revenue this quarter. Disney Park Experience and Products Division increased its profits by 20% to $2.2 billion. Oh, so just their parks and resorts profited $2.2 billion. Where are the other profits? Saying they lost money in their Disney Plus subscriptions. By the way, I love an environment like a media production environment where Disney Plus can have 157.8 million subscribers, which is 1/2 of the population of the entire United States. And you have to keep in mind that people will have one subscription per household, meaning that, like, if you factor this in households, this is more than the total number of people in the United States. But somehow they're still, like, in trouble here because the streaming service industry for movie productions is so, like, economically dead-weighted towards profit accumulation at the very top that it's like a venture capital scheme. It works, but somehow they're still managing to make it not work. Who would have thought that an economic system predicated on infinite growth might be unsustainable for corporations that already have reached basically total market saturation? Oh, brings to mind all the other times in human history that a corporation has reached total market saturation and then faced trouble because new investors wouldn't get returns on their investment because they're already as big as they're going to get, so they had to do sneaky shit to try to get additional profits, like, say, Apple introducing planned obsolescence so that your phone will eventually brick and be incredibly slow because they have it download programs that will make it run slower, thus forcing you to get a new phone, even if your phone used to work just fine. Incredible. Didn't they stop doing that? There was a lawsuit for it. And I believe the lawsuit successfully won against them. However, they still do it. Sorry, I don't believe it, okay? I had an iPhone 10 that worked just fine until all of a sudden it got incredibly slow and everything. It could barely load texts. It would go from, like, lightning fast all the time to I would try to open up, like, a text window in my Messages app, and it would take like 2 seconds to do it. I do not for a moment believe they stopped doing this because this is how they get people to buy new phones. If it wasn't for those disruptive programs, if phones stayed the same forever, just with changes for security updates, then phones they made like a decade ago would still work just fine today and people would be fine using them. Anyway, because they've reached, that's not exactly it. It was for battery life. Oh, was the lawsuit for battery life? Oh, right. Also another thing they do, because Apple would design their phones to prevent you from switching out the batteries, though they're changing this with EU legislation, because batteries do inevitably die over time. So they were making it so you couldn't switch out the batteries, guaranteeing you would have to buy a new phone when your battery inevitably dies, even if the entire phone is fine. But they make it so that you have to get a new phone. Again, when you reach total market saturation, the only way for your investors to get a profit on their investment is to continue to somehow get more market saturation than 100%. I think the companies claim they were slowing down people's phones to preserve battery life. Yep. Oh, I'm sure that my iPhone 10, which would last 12 hours on one charge, was taking 2 seconds to open a text field window because they were protecting me from the consequences of battery overuse. I'm fully confident. This scum. They're scum. We see this all over the place, by the way. Did you know that right now, there was an article about this yesterday. Did you know that right now, at this moment, American dairy farmers are producing so much milk that they're throwing it away? Because it would actually be more economically damaging to them and the companies that distribute their milk to put so much in the market, the price drops, than it would be for them to just throw it away, even though milk is still kind of expensive, like $4 a thing. If reflective of its actual price, it would be significantly lower, but they artificially keep it at a higher price by just throwing away excess milk. Highly efficient. And this is being done to maintain an artificially higher price for the milk because that makes more money. Remember, everyone already drinks milk. You can't get a higher market saturation on milk. Got milk happened decades ago. There's no new thing you're going to do that's suddenly going to make more milk get drank. So how do you make your market share go up? How do you reward investors? How do you incentivize investment?
It's like a weird dichotomy of both feeling really successful and really gratified, and then also wondering if you'll have health insurance 2 months from now.
I'm an actor and a writer. I've been on such shows as Barry, The Patient, stuff like that. I think what we've all seen is the shift to streaming, and unfortunately, our contracts were not negotiated for streaming. They were negotiated for network television.
Yep, remember, every time there's a big social or technological shuffle, the people on top will use that shuffle as an excuse to strangle existing contracts and labor relation policies to get more money. It's anytime there's a shakeup, the money always goes up. This is a fundamental property of capitalism. It's the accumulation of wealth at the top. And every time there's a big mix-up, like say, for example, the Great Depression, every time the pieces get settled again and everything gets built back up, there will be fewer banks than before. Every time there's a big mix-up, a bunch of people and things disappear, a smaller, more powerful group remains, and they make more and have more than before. Every time. Yeah, it is a feature of the system, and it happens basically every time, with like very few exceptions. Hey, what's happening to the internet right now? 25 years ago, the internet was a bunch of weird forums spread out for a bunch of different interests. Now the entire internet is like 4 or 5 websites that everyone posts on and shares screenshots with other ones. And somehow, despite the people who run these websites being incredibly powerful and incredibly wealthy, Twitter can't seem to turn a profit. Elon Musk is running into the ground. Reddit is destroying their API access system and charging a boatload for it. So they can sell it off in public trading. Somehow there was a shuffle, all the pieces got mixed around, and then you blink and miss it, and then all of a sudden, whoa, 5 companies control everything. There's a ton of money in the system, but somehow there's none to distribute, and the people on top are very wealthy. Like every time.
So in some instances, we don't have protections on streaming in the way that we have protections on network television. And so what you have are situations that now occur where we're not being compensated fairly. And so a residual is something when the show re-airs somewhere or it gets sold to another outlet, we get a check. Sometimes those checks are pretty good. Maybe you get $1,000 one day in the mail that you weren't expecting. Sometimes those checks are literally 1 cent.
Remember in BoJack Horseman where the entire premise is that he was an actor in an old, like, corny 90s TV show, and he was able to live like a millionaire for the rest of his life off of the residuals that he got from that single show? Nowadays, an actor will, like, literally bounce project to project, and because residuals don't factor in for streaming services, that, like, you get the money you get for that project, and that's it, okay? A lot of actors don't make much money. The actors that make a ton of money are the ones that have so much, like, name recognition value that, like, their presence in a movie will cost $25 million or whatever, you know? Like, sure, if Will Smith is in a movie, okay, he'll get paid. If Scarlett Johansson's in a movie, she'll get paid. But if you're just, like, a regular actor who does good work, even a mid-tier prominent one, you know? There's a very real chance that the shift to streaming has effectively meant that, like, working on a show that gets broadcast exclusively through streaming is a one-and-done deal for you. Like, you don't even get residuals from it. And what that means is that people can't coast between jobs anymore. A lot of actors no longer have the ability to do a good job. It's really popular, they get paid well, and they live on that for like a year or two while looking for another good job. Now they're like gig workers. They're like Uber drivers. They have to scramble between jobs as frantically as they can because they don't get any kind of cushion to last. It's the fucking gig economy. It's always the fucking gig economy.
Biggest thing I was on a show on Netflix called Bonding.
And a reminder that none of this is because the money's not there, okay? More people are watching TV, more people are watching movies in total through streaming than ever before. This is not a product of like there was less demand for the things being produced at all. There's so much money here. Bob Iger is getting paid tens of millions, and that's just flat salary per year, not even counting his stock options. There are tons of people making tons of money. They're just all at the top.
My show was originally like an independent series, and then Netflix bought it and put it on their platform, which was amazing. And more people saw it than I ever anticipated, like millions and millions of people. The way the contracts were set up, because the budget was so low, was that there was no residuals involved in it.
It sounds like you made nothing, like nothing in residuals. Like you didn't make a dime in residuals?
I didn't make a single dollar in residuals for that show. As residuals are going down and as these shows are being pulled off platforms or not aired, actors aren't receiving any residuals from them.
Mm-hmm. Also, there have been like sometimes for tax purposes or to save on hosting money, they'll literally just like remove shows or movies from a platform. Not even like Netflix no longer has the right to show Fooly Cooly or whatever, which I'm still mad about. But like, yeah, we made this show 2 years ago, but we're just taking it off. And now it doesn't exist online anymore. The only place it existed was on that streaming service. And now it's just gone. The only way it still exists in any capacity is if somebody ripped the file and then uploaded it to a torrent site. In other respects, it literally does not exist anymore. Yeah, the HBO cartoon purge, where they got rid of a ton of cartoons, yeah.
Which leads them to not be able to often make their health insurance.
So health insurance is obviously a difficult thing when you're in a business where your income is completely unpredictable.
I was a series regular on NCIS Los Angeles. I played Nell Jones for 11 network television seasons. So yeah, I've done a lot of TV. And in December of 2022...
Wearing this hat is like SoCal phrenology. It's SoCal physiognomy. It's like a part of the skull.
I received a letter from SAG letting me know that I no longer qualified for health insurance. What was the work for? You know, my labor lines the pockets of these executives.
Based.
And to what benefit?
I know
return,
this wall.
Right? Okay, they're still profiting off of my performance, and I can't even go to a GP if I have a sore throat. That's not okay.
I think the perception...
The idea of being on an NCIS show for 11 seasons and not having health insurance is like wild. That's like insane, you know? The idea of an environment where you can be stopped in the street because people recognize you, but like you don't, like this is like, it's like, yeah. Neither can a lot of workers too. Yeah, to be clear, what they're talking about here is a plight shared by most workers in America, but I think it's particularly egregious in this case because with actors in this environment, the schism between the work they do, the profits it makes others, and what they get for it is particularly severe, right? Like, labor exploitation is a factor in capitalism for everyone, but this is like a very specifically, I think, like exacerbated element of it, you know? Not to say they're suffering more than other people, just, look, I'm glad that actors are speaking up about this. They are literally the most visible people in America. And if anyone needs to speak up about labor rights, it is the visible people, the people who will be listened to.
Is that performers who work at a professional level are all successful. I think that has to do with how our industry is glamorized and romanticized in the media. And I've been lucky to work a lot across different mediums. But I have a full-time job as a flight attendant because that's less stressful than worrying year after year about making my minimum health insurance qualification minimums for union health insurance.
I have another full-time job. I'm a writer. So I couldn't be an actor. I couldn't continue to be an actor and pay for my life in LA and have health insurance if I wasn't also in the WGA. I sometimes say that writing supports my acting hobby.
I was very fortunate to land the job that I got right out of school. It's not the norm. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of my privilege, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I've had. But it's not the norm. You know, I have a friend who is an incredible actor, was cast on a Marvel Disney Plus show as a prominent actor's mom, and she made $500 from her time on that show. That is just not sustainable. You cannot sustain life on $500.
All we're asking for is for the ability, not even to get rich. It's for the ability to...
And keep in mind, by the way, like $500, even if that's just like a one-time appearance in one episode, showing up for a major production, even for a brief appearance, means so much work beforehand. Like you like, even if you just briefly show up or whatever, or even if you just briefly interact this year, you're just very quickly shown you are immersed in like think of all of the pre-production and like bureaucracy and everything that you have to go through in like a Marvel production before they'll let you anywhere near a camera. You know what I mean? It's not like showing up for a student film or something.
be able to do our jobs.
We should be able to afford to live a life in the city where the work is taking place.
Good luck with that.
Let's just take care of this now. Like, hey, you know what? If we make a show that costs $10 million on network, we're gonna pay you the same money as if we make a show that costs $10 million on a streamer. If I'm a waiter and I work at a really nice restaurant, and I'm a waiter and I work at a not as nice restaurant, the minimum is still the same. It's still the same. We can't be going into every job literally not knowing how much money we're gonna make. We have to take away the ability from the AMPTP and from the studios of backing us into a corner and making us accept deals that are A, not fair, but B, against the spirit of what's already been negotiated.
This negotiation.
Streaming shows are not treated the same as network shows. Yeah, like the ad model has changed, but the difference is people pay a subscription fee. I feel like, man, I don't know how much like the innate cost is of hosting servers. I wish stuff like this was more public, because I don't know what the like if you're running a TV show, how much does it cost to broadcast the television like electricity signal to the entire country versus how much does it cost to host the servers to live stream to everyone, Netflix or whatever. I don't think it's that much, like the current cost relative to like Disney money. I don't think it's that much. So in terms of like payout per person, what the average person watches versus them paying what, $10 a month in a subscription fee compared to how much they would have gotten from ad buyouts before, I feel like there's just so much money in this system and people aren't getting paid. And what viewerships are we talking here? Like Mandalorian view numbers. That was a big streaming show. 1.1 billion viewing minutes. As of the 3rd episode of season 3. What about like views though? Viewing minutes? I guess that's what a streaming service would care about, right? Viewing minutes? Yeah, I guess so. What is Outer Banks and why does that have the most viewing minutes? The Last of Us in 8 episodes had 1,011 million, so 1.01 billion viewing minutes. It's like an adventure series?
Negotiation is consequential. If we do not get what we're asking for, there is just going to be continued erosion, right? It's the erosion of compensation, residuals, the existential threat of AI, which is so real, right? We're right there.
And what I want for all actors is a sense that our union is fighting for us in a way that will keep us here and that will continue to protect us in a really long-term thinking type of way.
We have to get comfortable advocating for.
There's another really big threat to like any kind of labor advocacy in this particular field, and it's the same reason why businesses like it when there's high unemployment, because people are much less likely to quit out of frustration if they know there's a bunch of people ready to take their job if they leave. And that's because for every actor or writer in Hollywood, there are 10 wannabe actors or writers. So you can like treat the current crop of actors and writers terribly and they can all leave, but there's another army of them who are more desperate, who are more poor, who are willing to come in and do the best they can. And by maintaining a, basically you've like an infinite army of scabs. who are always available because, oh, you get to work in Hollywood, who can basically undercut like any existing labor advocacy. Marx called unemployed people the reserve army because they keep wages low. Yeah, corporations love unemployed people. They love unemployed people. What's this?
Because they are so big, they actually work directly with a number of ISPs to install their own hardware. These boxes, called Open Connect appliances, at either exchange points or even within the ISP's facilities themselves. Holding up to 280 terabytes of video each. These come preloaded with close to the entire Netflix library. So what this means for you, the consumer...
Oh, so they work directly with the ISP and they basically just have like hard drives with all the Netflix library that are preloaded on the ISP's like network? Wait, so does this mean that maintaining their streaming catalog costs like nothing? It would cost like nothing because working through the ISP lines, you would like that would be literally as cheap as you could get it done. You wouldn't have to host all of the... Okay, cool. That's great to know. Okay, cool. So like the process of maintaining a streaming network costs like basically nothing relative to the amount of money these companies have. And the reason why like nobody's making any money except for the people on top is purely spite and hatred for their common man, and it has nothing to do with the economics of the situation. Okay, that's cool. That's great. No, this is just cost saving. It still costs money to build a store. I know it doesn't cost nothing. I'm talking about on the metric of money available to these systems. I couldn't afford to do it, but Disney? Like, I feel like maintaining this network is not a significant proportion of what it costs to maintain all this compared to the relative cost and proportion of previous distribution systems. Guys, remember when in order for people to see a movie at home, they had to buy a DVD that had to be physically distributed to stores? I don't know. Things are so much easier now. It used to be like you had to ship millions of boxes with a disc or with a tape in it across the country. And then it was like, or I guess it's purely been like electrical signals to the TV lines, and now it's just like data packets online. The cost per view has only ever gone down. I should just send Vosh an email. This is complicated. I'm not going to understand it.
For ourselves, our benefits, our access to pensions, our minimums, everything is degrading. It's not keeping up with inflation. And if we don't take a stand, there's no way the life of a working, stable performer is going to be a viable lifestyle anymore. We're going to lose it if we don't fight for it.
Sheesh. AI is going to make this so much worse. Yeah, I guess it already is, right? The future of movies is a bunch of stunt actors who are paid $5 a production, who have like green masks on so that dead famous actors can have their faces digitally projected and AI molded onto them. Yeah, I don't know what that means, Rave Dubin.
Today, it's really important
What is this?
that this negotiation be covered because the eyes of the world, and particularly the eyes of labor, are upon us. What happens here is important because what's happening to us is happening across all fields of labor by means of when employers make Wall Street and greed their priority, and they forget about the essential contributors that make the machine run. We have a problem, and we are experiencing that right at this moment. This is a very seminal hour for...
I agree. She talks slowly. I agree with her, though. I agree completely. Is this why historically socialist movements were so prevalent in Hollywood? Look, there's just a lot of gay lefties who work in art, okay? Sheesh. Actors walked out of the Oppenheimer UK premiere just before the screening to join the SAG strike. Oh, based. Actors who worked in Oppenheimer? Nice. Some prominence. Unfortunately, they're off to write their picket signs, director Christopher Nolan announced. Oh, okay, I don't like Christopher Nolan to begin with. I read this in a negative way. I'm reading this negatively. Oh, they're off to go write their signs. Maybe he means it like, unfortunately, they have to do this. Nolan is part of the WGA. Yeah, but you can be in the WGA and be one of those people who thought they should have, like, conceded, right? It's not like he needs that money. Like, this doesn't affect him. I don't like Christopher Nolan. I don't think positively of him. What he did wrong, I have no idea. I know this is like a Reddit reason, but it's from the Dark Knight trilogy. It's literally that reason. All three of those movies were like really reactionary in ways that feel like they betrayed the biases of the filmmaker. Like, I know there was literally just a Twitter... oh, did Nolan join the picket line? Oh, he did. That's nice. I still don't like him, but I'm glad. Okay. So that frames his statement less negatively. I'm happy to hear that. Oh, this is from May 8th. Okay, this was back before when it was just the WGA, not the current. Okay, so, well, okay, well, it's indicative of some degree of support. I still don't like him. Okay, but hear me out. He's actually a good cinematographer. Yeah, he's a great cinematographer. I'm not getting him on that. Mostly the writing thing. Nice, Ken Munger. Another clip from the strike. Are you going to see Oppenheimer? Yes.
About the protection, the preservation of the opportunity for such a thing as a middle-class artist to function, to exist in a changing ecosystem. We know that the money is there. We know that there's enough pie to go around, but we don't...
This is great audio. I guess this is what you get from a protest.
We're not seeing our share. And if there is no path to the middle class for actors or for writers, well, you can think what that's going to do to what we get to digest as an audience. Everything is going to come from people that can afford to persevere regardless of how they're doing in the union, or how they're doing rather in the industry.
I can't deal with this audio. I agree with everything that he said. Thank you. I like this audio much better. Also, I like looking at these pretty people. Sexy backs. Women's backs are such an underrated feature of their bodies. A muscular back in a woman is so good. It's so aesthetic.
Earlier this morning, a deal that would ensure a sustainable future for the acting profession. But despite our team's efforts, the AMPTP has remained steadfast in its commitment to devaluing the work of our members. Actors deserve a contract that reflects the changes that have taken place in the industry. Unfortunately, the current streaming model has undercut performers' residual income, and high inflation has further reduced our members' ability to make ends meet. Additionally, industry expectations around self-tape auditions mean performers are bearing casting costs that were once the responsibility of producers.
Damn, really?
To complicate matters further, actors now face an existential threat to their livelihoods with the rise of generative AI technology. We've proposed contract changes that address these issues, but the AMPTP has been uninterested in our proposals. Because of this, the board has determined that union members should withhold their labor until a fair contract can be achieved. A strike is an instrument of last resort. We've tried for 4 weeks to reach a deal with the AMPTP, and unfortunately, they have left.
Man, I really hope something comes of this. Like, this is so, so, so important. Has Hassan gone over and given, like, pizza to them yet, now that the SGA has joined the WGA? Or SAG has joined the WGA? Yeah, well, the real money that Bob Iger makes isn't in his salary. It's in his stock options, too, so it doesn't even fully represent it. He said he was probably going to do so tomorrow. Based. I wish I could join him. Well, not join Hassan, but I wish that I could go and see the strikes directly myself. You know, being in LA does put you at the center of the action, but the cost of that is that you have to be in LA, which is an unbearable nightmare that I will not return to. We have to send in Everett Claire. Yeah, God, I wish. What'll happen if the strike fails? Life just gets worse, you know? For what it's worth, though, I do believe in a degree of, not like inevitability when it comes to historical materialism, but I do think that, like, the model of media production that the big studios want right now is not sustainable. It's like with fascism, you know? I don't think that fascism is guaranteed to fail, like, in every way that we want it to, but I do think that a fascist government will inevitably collapse and give way to something better, purely because it's just not in line with human need. It's self-defeating. And I think the same is the case with the model the studios want. So I think that eventually something's going to break, but ideally I would like it to, you know, break through coordinated labor action and not through some other kind of thing. That would be nice, ideally, you know. Nice, Ken Monger. That's up to you, Ken Monger. Do you think the death of legacy media was a good thing? What do you mean by legacy media? Do you mean like radio or TV or something? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's complicated. It's really complicated. Newspaper also. Well, I mean, it's just there are benefits and complications to having immediate, easy access to everything. You know, I don't know. Did you go over RFK already? No. Okay. So RFK, Robert Kennedy Jr., is, if you can believe it, a relative of JFK, who you might remember as a president of the United States and the reason why presidents no longer drive around in open-topped cars. He being RFK in this case, is kind of a lunatic. I didn't talk about him initially when he started making waves as a Democratic presidential candidate, because he seemed like the only thing that he wanted to talk about was like vaccine mandates. That's basically it. And I didn't give it much mind because I didn't think much of it. But as time has gone on, the impression that I've been given is that he's a deliberate plant candidate who is being introduced into the Democratic environment purely as like a disruptive ticket. Basically, like he's a plant in the Dems in order to create discourse and stir chaos and pull people to the right. Now, the problem with that narrative is that I have never seen a Democrat talk about RFK. See, a bunch of people in chat don't even know he's running as a Dem. Like, every single time that I see RFK talking with a person, he's talking with somebody on the right. Every time I see somebody on social media praising RFK, they're on the right. So it doesn't seem like whatever he's doing or saying is having much pull with the audience that he's meant to be disruptive towards, because he's not going to beat Biden, but he doesn't even seem to be pulling voters away from Biden. Here, take a look at this. This is just from the other day. We're going to look at more than just this, but, you know, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Okay? Here's him talking with a beloved and highly esteemed character in the minds and hearts of Democratic voters. Jordan Peterson. He and Peterson have a silly voice contest. If you haven't heard RFK's voice before, get ready. It is something else.
I've seen the climate apocalypse use fear to induce something approximating the same kind of level of tyranny, as far as I'm concerned, that characterized the vaccine lockdown. So help me sort that out.
First of all, let me just say this about climate. I believe that carbon in the atmosphere and methane does increase warming. Look around, you can see it everywhere. Ice caps are melting, etc. The Greenland ice sheet. I spent a lot of time outdoors, and I see over 69 years, I've seen the changes.
So this is another reason to not take his presidency ticket seriously. He had a surgery that did this to his voice. I don't know the details. Some kind of thing, some kind of disability. I don't know. Now, obviously, his voice is disqualifying. You can say it's unfair, and it is technically to be disqualified from political office because of your voice, but this does it. No president will ever be elected when they sound like this, you know? The only time a president could have sounded like this and won an election would have been before radio. Bullshit, there's no way he sounds like this. He sounds like this. He sounds like this in every video. A lot of people are saying cancer. Yeah, no, it's not his fault. His voice isn't his fault. Like, Jordan Peterson's voice is silly because he's silly, you know? It's just a natural property of his silliness that Jordan Peterson would have that voice. RFK, it was a cancer surgery thing, you know, but it does disqualify him from actually winning an office. You can't sound like that and win in office. So that's just another, I think, layer to the insincerity of this campaign. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. But listen to what he actually says, okay? Because what he says is ridiculous.
And I've seen the mass migration of animals, of southern animals like black vultures, the northern increase in their ranges. I've kept track since I was a kid about when the leaves turns, and it's steadily moved up each year. And so I see that. All of my senses are telling me that the warming is occurring. My opinion is basically, as I said, it's based on common sense. I agree 100% with you that this crisis is being used as a pretext for clamping down totalitarian controls the same way that the COVID crisis was. And it's the same people, it's intelligence agencies, it's the World Economic Forum, it's the Billionaires Voice Club at Davos, and it's the same kind of cabal of people who will use every crisis to stratify society toward, greater power for the super rich and greater power for the military, greater power for the intelligence apparatus, and less power for everybody else. A war on carbon is not going to solve the problem. If we don't have a habitat left at the end, my approach to energy is using free market.
Right there. So he does this big conspiracy bit where anti-climate change policies are just a way to transfer wealth and power over to these deep state institutions that are trying to control us. And then his response, oh, well, how would I solve it? Free market capitalism. Famously not a system that transfers wealth and power to shadowy billionaires. So basically, his conspiracism is a joke. Politically, he is reactionary and probably libertarian leaning on an economic front. The thing that distinguishes him is he is extremely conspiracy bent. I don't get it. He admits carbon is the issue, but that removing carbon is conspiracy. Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory. It's not necessarily coherent. Basically, his position is, I think climate change is real, but coincidentally, everything being done to address it is part of the deep state effort to take control away from the people, which is why my solution would be let massive mega corporations do it. Definitely not, an element of greater power that, siphon money and influence away from the people. In terms of policy, he's conspiracy first and everything else second. His libertarian bent towards markets is a way of not alienating conservative voters. The goal with his plant in the Democratic primary, I believe, is to take the more conspiracy-minded, kind of independent-leaning Democrats who are maybe not full MAGA crazy, but are kind of vulnerable to conspiracy narratives, and draw them in and pull them over. The problem that I've seen is that it's not working. Because if you want to appeal to the modern Democrats, like the current Democrat vote, this is like the worst wedge issue to do it on. He has said that if he becomes president, he will prosecute Dr. Fauci. How many Democrats do you think are buying that line? Like, do you really think that's a strong wedge to try to pull Democrats over on? Like, there's this big contingent of Democrat voters who like Biden, but if there was somebody who was worse than Biden on every issue they like him for, but would also prosecute Fauci, that's someone they would go for. And this is the thing that I find really, really, really curious about RFK Jr. Because I didn't take him seriously at first. I still don't, but I looked into him. He has no political experience, obviously. You could probably guess that. He was, interestingly, an environmental lawyer, an adjunct professor of environmental law at Pace University School of Law in 1986, environmental legislation clinic, founded a nonprofit environmental group. So, okay, sure. But he's mostly been defined over the past decade and a half by anti-vaccine stuff. I mean, that's what Wiki even opens with. Who promoted anti-vaccine propaganda and public health-related conspiracy theories, with like 5 citations for both. Auschwitz Memorial says RFK Jr. speech at anti-vaccine rally exploits Holocaust tragedy. Oh, I didn't know I'd be clicking on something, an attack from the Auschwitz Memorial. But, I guess a lot of people don't like RFK Jr. No doubt RFK Jr. is one of those types to say that the vaccine mandates were exactly like the Holocaust, and I'm sure that's what the Auschwitz Memorial is criticizing him for. Let's see. Even in Hitler's Germany, you could hide in the attic like Anne Frank did, Kennedy said. Oh no, so his point is that the Holocaust was actually less authoritarian than the COVID mandates, even though or the vaccine mandates, even though there weren't actually vaccine mandates. I'm pretty sure that if you just hid in your attic and never left, you could also avoid getting the shot here in America, but I got the shot, so, I'm cucked. Who could say? I got the jab. Yeah, not great. He's like this for a lot of things. Here, let's finish the clip.
And that's not top-down control. We can recover what we had, but we just have to stay out of fear, because that is the weapon of tyrants.
If you like this video and you want to help me become president of the United States, go to Kennedy24.com.
I don't. Thank you. Actually, let's take a look at his campaign website. I'm actually curious. I haven't looked there. What do we have here? What are we fronting here? What positions are we most concerned with? Okay. So this is, I haven't clicked past anything. This is actually the first page of the website. This is pretty ugly looking, I think, for a presidential candidate website. Yeah, it's a bit basic, but okay. Priorities: honest government, reconciliation. I think reconciliation in this case means prosecute Fauci. Environment, revitalization, peace, civil liberties. Let's take a look. Honest government. For the people. I love things that are for the people. Government institutions have betrayed our trust. The intel agencies spy on our own people. That's true. Government and tech platforms conspire to surveil and censor the public. Regulatory agencies have been captured by those they are supposed to regulate. Wall Street controls the SEC. Polluters and extractive industries dominate the EPA and BLM. Pharma controls the CDC, NIH, and FDA. Big agriculture controls the USDA. Big tech has captured the FTC. So you might notice that this is broadly true. Regulatory capture is a real thing and a real problem. However, it is interesting that the very first paragraph of this section would be corporations control our government, when his policy on climate change, and in fact a lot of things, is let corporations handle it. As I've said before, he doesn't actually want to stop corporations from doing anything. He wants to instill distrust in the government so that people don't trust the government, but do nothing to meaningfully challenge the power these corporations have. Clean government isn't just about removing corrupt individuals, it's about changing a system in which perfectly decent people become agents of corruption without even knowing it. We're going to remake public institutions to serve the public. We will roll back the secrecy and make government transparent. Protect whistleblowers. Rein in the lobbyists that shuns people from government agencies to lucrative positions in companies they were supposed to regulate and back again. We'll get money out of politics. We'll open our institutions to real citizen involvement. We'll restore integrity to government. That all sounds good. Yes, Bureau of Land Management, guys, not Black Lives Matter. That all sounds good, doesn't it? I like that in a vacuum. But I do think it's interesting, again, especially when contrasted with his libertarian economic politics, the fact that nothing here even references regulation of corporations. See, if you acknowledge that corporate involvement is directly responsible for a huge amount of corruption, it seems kind of odd to then exclusively talk about like draining the swamp on a federal level, but not even touch on like corporate power. Because again, it's all just a meaningless platitude. When people talk about corporate control of government, but don't care about reining in corporations, what they're essentially saying is they want the government to be more transparently inept or ineffectual in reining in corporations. They're essentially saying we want to get rid of the metaphor. We want to get rid of the dog whistle rather than having corporations control the government, you know, through lobbying or backdoor deals or whatever. Just have corporations have total power anyway, you know? This is a consistent theme with libertarian economics where they pretend that the problem with corruption is exclusively corporations and government meddling with each other rather than what it really is, which is just any institution with power acting without accountability. If you want the government to act with accountability but not corporations, it just means you're pro-corporation. It doesn't really mean you're pro-transparency. So that's one. Reconciliation. Oh, okay. It's not about prosecuting Fauci. It's about people of vaguely ethnic skin tones holding hands. Heal the divide. America is more polarized and divided now than any time in living memory. That's true. Both sides are wrong. The basic problem is the division itself. Let's heal the divide. RFK Jr. has clear positions on most of today's divisive trigger issues, like abortion, guns, and immigration. But he knows both sides have legitimate concerns and legitimate moral positions. No one is deplorable. Furthermore, most of the disagreements obscure deeper shared values. Everyone wants their children to be safe. Few relish the thought of dead fetuses, nor do they want to force women to have unwanted babies. Everyone wants safe streets, yet few wish for millions of people to languish in prison. So obviously this is centrist hand-waving. The idea that like there are fully shared underlying values here. No one wants millions to languish in prison, right? RFK will draw on the broad moral agreements beneath our divisions. He will model careful listening and create conditions where each group can hear the stories of the other. He'll lead the way towards national reconciliation, respectful dialogue, and willingness to change, grow, and forgive. In the case of race relations, reconciliation includes repairing the damage caused by centuries of bigotry. Oh. Our administration will take racial healing seriously through a program of targeted community repair. Our operating principle is not guilt for the sins of one's ancestors, but rather compassion. We will invoke the authentic desire in all Americans, white and black, liberal and conservative, to improve the condition of our black and native brothers and sisters. That's pretty good. I think that sounds pretty good, personally. No asterisks from me. These commitments to respect and unity start right now in the campaign. In Kennedy's own words, and then he quotes Kennedy. I think that this paragraph on its own is pretty unimpeachable, actually. Now, it's worth noting that in all of the videos that I've seen RFK Jr. speak and talk with other people, I have never seen him talk about this. In fact, I've never seen him talk about anything other than vaccine conspiracies and, I guess, climate change conspiracies. So, you know, this might be a position on paper, but I never hear him talk about it. I don't know how important it is to his actual advocacy because I feel like otherwise he would be speaking more of it. Also, he has clear positions on these issues. What are those positions? I'm actually curious. I would like to know. He has clear positions. I would like to see those positions if possible. Oh, that's right. I did see this. RFK Jr. didn't like the Supreme Court decision on affirmative action. Listen to this. Regarding the Supreme Court banning affirmative action in higher education, I know many Americans feel that purely race-based decisions are unfair. However, this feeling misses important context. The effects of racist policies going back centuries are now self-perpetuating. Affirmative action understands this and uses race-based policies to undo the effects of racist policies. Colorblind admissions tend to favor those who are already in the circle of privilege. It favors those who grew up in affluent, educated households. Wouldn't you like to invite in those who have been left out in the cold? That's pretty inarguably progressive. He forgot the grift for a minute? Well, hold on. I don't know if he's a grifter. I might have to reassess. I think that his brain is poisoned. And I think that he is primarily concerned with conspiracism and COVID. But it might well be the case that he's legitimately progressive. He's just a crank. Exactly. His legitimate progressivism might serve to endear him to Democrat voters in a way which makes him a more effective schism. Unfortunately for him, or for anyone who would benefit from that scheme, I I generally do not see him talk about this stuff. A lot of conservatives despise this, by the way. There's Dr. Deborah So. Remember her? Yeah, the replies are all just conservatives being mad and feeling betrayed by him. But okay. I would be willing to admit being wrong on my impression of him as a reactionary. Of course, I think his economic positions are reactionary. And a lot of the stuff that he says, if not insincere at the very least, is not really committed to in the way that he cares about the conspiracy bent. But okay, let's keep going. We're learning today, huh? Environment. Damn, Bosch, this guy's kind of wild. That is true. Clean it up. Clean it up. Clean it up. RFK Jr. was instrumental in transforming the Hudson from a dead river into one of America's cleanest today. He did it by uniting liberal environmentalists with conservative rod and gun folks who shared a desire for a clean, healthy environment. As a president, he will bring the same commitment and coalition building to address the most pressing economic problems in America and beyond. Again, remember that his explicit stated policy on how to address climate issues is let the free market handle it. Recent years have seen one environmental disaster after another. Floods and droughts, fires, toxic spills. Our soils are depleted. The weather is wacky. Trees are dying, and water in many places is toxic. Chronic disease is at an all-time high. We're going to address these problems at their root causes. First, we'll shift agricultural subsidies so as to encourage regenerative practices. I think that's an okay thing to do. Today, a new generation of farmers and ranchers is building soil, replenishing groundwater, and detoxifying land, all while producing just as much food as conventional farmers and earning a decent livelihood. Secondly, we'll incentivize the transition of industry to zero waste cycles and clean energy sources, and forge agreements with other countries to implement these policies through the global supply chain. Well, this is kind of weird because here he's talking about policy, not free market. Which position do you think he actually believes? Finally, we'll protect wildlands from further development by curbing mining, logging, oil drilling, and suburban sprawl. We will become a global advocate for rainforest preservation and marine restoration. We'll rethink development. Yeah, so interesting. It seems like in the policy position side of things, he seems to be perfectly in favor of government intervention. RFK Jr. is in fact a grifter. He urged guests to be vaccinated at his party. This is the classic Joe Rogan bit. Can you be a selective grifter on some issues but not others? Yeah. Well, again, let's not focus on the grifter angle. He's an unviable candidate no matter what. I'm interested in the effect he's going to have on the electorate. What does this mean? You know? That's what I want to learn. He's pro-Russia, if I recall correctly. That I would be very surprised if he wasn't. Hold on, because that's like a big conspiracy bent right now. Revitalization. And this is about restoring America from its economic decline. Government assistance to the nation's most vulnerable is a high priority. Reverse the policies that led to this poverty. Rebuild the industrial infrastructure ruined by 40 years of offshoring and misguided free trade schemes. Whoa, what happened to him being in favor of the free market? Will enact policies that favor small and medium businesses. This still isn't good economic policy, by the way. Break up too big to fail banks. We face today a terrible pandemic, not of COVID, but of chronic disease. Autoimmunity, allergies, diabetes, obesity, addiction, anxiety, and depression afflict 2/3 of the population, up from a few percent in our grandparents' time. A Kennedy administration will go beyond making the existing modalities available to all to include low-cost, alternative, and holistic therapies that have been marginalized in a pharma-dominated system. Ah, here it is. Okay. Even in the policy stuff, the COVID conspiracy crank stuff, it can't be fully contained. So one of the big things that he believes the whole vaccines cause all sorts of diseases stuff, but he's a big believer in the idea that the pharmaceutical industry is making a ton of money off of it's literally the meme where it's they give us pills that are supposed to make us healthy, but they make us sick while denying us the real cure, that kind of thing, No, yeah, he thinks that vaccines cause autism and a whole other host of issues. So his suspicion of pharmaceutical companies is probably heavily associated with his belief that we could benefit from, quote, alternative and holistic therapies, which probably means insane crank shit. I don't know if it means crystals and prayer healing, but who knows? Maybe it does. So I guess that's an option. We're working on it, Crash Anarchy. I believe it was the Bill Maher interview. He said he thinks vaccines are making people trans. Yes, that's a big one for the anti-vaccine cranks, because there's a big association between autism and being trans. So they're like, oh, well, if vaccines make you autistic, they would make you trans too. Peace. We're getting lots of video clips to look at.
What happened?
You are the big
Lex Friedman, just 7 days ago.
Picture of this is you're an outspoken critic of pharmaceutical companies, big pharma. What is the biggest problem with big pharma, and how can it be fixed?
Well, the problem could be fixed through regulation, the problems, but the pharmaceutical industry is I don't want to say, because this is going to seem extreme, that a criminal enterprise, but if you look at the history, that is an applicable description or characterization. For example, the four biggest vaccine makers.
I think the pharma industry is criminal, but I don't think it's because of any sneaky vaccine stuff or whatever. I think it's just because the system that's set up, discourages investment in places where it needs to go, and incentivizes overcharging, just massive profit seeking on something that should not be done for profit. I think it should be nationalized, or at least folded into that economic model.
Sanofi, Merck, Pfizer, and Glaxo, four companies that make all of the 72 vaccines that are now mandated for effectively mandated for American children. Collectively, those companies have paid $35 billion.
I believe he also blames vaccines for his voice. If I recall correctly, he said that the problem with his throat was caused by vaccines that he's taken.
In criminal penalties and damages in the last decade. And I think since 2000, about 79 billion. So these are the most corrupt companies in the world. And the problem is that they're serial felons.
So this is true. They are serial felons, and the people who run pharma companies are absolutely evil. However, the vaccines that we take when we're growing up, the ones that you get when you're 2 or 3 or whatever, save millions of lives and are proven to be good and safe. We literally, we settled this a long time ago. So you can simultaneously believe that an industry is corrupt and run by terrible people, while also understanding the service they provide is a necessary one. You can nationalize that service. You can nationalize pharma work. You can do there's lots of stuff you can do to fix the problems with the pharma companies, okay? Lots of stuff. But we still need the vaccines. I mean, I guess we don't need them. We could just accept millions more dying every year for no reason if we wanted to. That's an option if we really want to.
They do this again and again and again. So they did Vioxx, Merck did Vioxx, which Vioxx, they killed people by falsifying science. And they did it. They lied to the public. They said this is a headache medicine and a arthritis painkiller, but they didn't tell people that it also gave you heart attacks. And they knew, we've found when we sued them.
I'm not familiar with the exact case that he's referring to here. It is absolutely the case that pharmaceutical industries have exercised irresponsible standards in the past when it comes to their checking. The exact process for getting a drug approved on market with like the FDA and everything, that happens for sure. But again, none of this impugns the viability of the vaccines. This would be like pointing out that because some food companies sold like tainted lettuce or whatever, that would mean like now you have to suspect like all food produced by all farms, right? There's tons of corruption in the U.S. agricultural industry, to be fair, absolutely. And every once in a while, epidemics or outbreaks of disease make their way through food due to lax standards. That doesn't change the fact that we need food. You can change the system that produces the food if you want, but the food is necessary.
The memos from their bean counters saying we're going to kill this many people, but we're still going to make money. So they make those calculations, and those calculations are made very, very regularly. And then,
Yes, those calculations are made with all products made by any company that have any potential of hurting people. They're made with they're made with any kind of vehicle, frankly. Any kind of medicine, any kind of vehicle. This is why, like, even relatively innocuous medicine, like, say, Tylenol, can actually be dangerous to some people if their bodies are weak enough where they have certain conditions. There's always a risk factor. The question is, what's an acceptable risk factor? If you produce a medicine that will heal, on average, every million people for the one that it hurts or kills, that's potentially a acceptable decision to make. Because otherwise, you have to make the argument you could never make anything because everything could potentially hurt someone, Like, oh, you can't make this toy. Like, 1 in every billion children might choke on it. Like, obviously, we accept reasonable standards of risk.
When they get caught, they pay a penalty, and I think they paid about $7 billion.
That's a big penalty.
For Vioxx, but then they went right back that same year that they paid that penalty. They went back into the same thing again with Gardasil and with a whole lot of other drugs. So the way that the system is set up, the way that it's sold to doctors, the way that nobody ever goes to jail. So there's really no penalty that it all becomes part of the cost of doing business.
Yes, this is an issue with capitalism. What does this have to do with vaccines? You'll notice that he's avoiding that, by the way. He's talking about the danger of this like one specific headache medication, but he's not talking about, because he mentioned the vaccines at first. He said, oh, these vaccines that people are basically forced to get when they're young. But then he's talking about these other, well, what's an example of a vaccine people are forced to take these days where it's been proven that it's actually super dangerous, but we take it anyway? There isn't any.
And, you can see other businesses that if there's no penalty, if there's no real...
He talks specifically about vaccines at 155.38. Sure, because we're not even done looking at his website. Got a lot to look at.
Us, the taxpayer, to find problems with those drugs before they get to market. But if you know that drug is going to pay for your mortgage, you may overlook a little problem, or even a very big one. And that's the problem.
That is a thing that happens in capitalism, yes. The profit motive often incentivizes people to cut corners when it comes to basic regulations and safety concerning the products they want to ship. Yes, that is a consistent issue. I agree that medicine should not be for profit. I am completely fine with the Medicare for all and the removal of insurance agencies and the pharmaceutical industry being nationalized. I'm totally okay with all that stuff. And that would fix these problems. At least it would solve a lot of them. It'd still be a lot of work to do, but
Talked about that the media slanders you by calling you an anti-vaxxer. And you've said that you're not anti-vaccine, you're pro-safe vaccine.
oh, interestingly, he seems to be in favor of marijuana decriminalization, which would actually make him left of Biden on this issue. I'm not surprised that he is. That fits with a libertarian tendency.
Difficult question. Can you name any vaccines that you think are good?
I think some of the live virus vaccines are probably averting more problems than they're causing. There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
Those are big words. What about the polio?
Words.
Can we talk about the?
Well, here's the problem.
Yes.
Here's the problem. The polio vaccine contained a virus called simian virus 40, SV40. It's one of the most carcinogenic materials that is known to man. In fact, it's used now by scientists around the world to induce tumors in rats and guinea pigs in labs. But it was in that vaccine. 98 million people who got that vaccine in my generation got it. And now you've had this explosion of soft tissue cancers in our generation that kill many, 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 many more people than polio ever did. So,
no. There's actually an AP News article on this exact lie. CDC did not say the polio vaccine gave millions of Americans a, quote, cancer virus. Claim. The CDC admitted that 98 million Americans, that's the exact number he just gave, was given a cancer virus through the polio vaccine. False. The CDC has made no such statement, and the claim misrepresents a fact sheet put out by the agency more than 10 years ago about how some polio vaccines administered during an 8-year period in the 50s through the 60s, they've said that 10 to 30% of the 98 million shots administered in that period were contaminated with SV40, but most studies have found no causal relationship between SV40 and cancer in humans. So basically, they were trying new ways of making the vaccine, and then for a time, more than half a century ago, there was an unwanted contaminant in it, which studies have not even found like a causative level of cancer production. And he has turned that into more people died of cancer in that one thing than ever died of polio, which is insane. That is an insane and objectively incorrect thing to say. He is fully anti-vax. To say that no vaccines are safe and effective. Also, would he now say like, oh, well, now that they no longer have SV40, now polio vaccines are safe and effective? Probably not. But because he's like a crank on this. He's a full crank on this.
So if you say to me that the polio vaccine was effective against polio, I'm going to say yes. And if you say to me, did it kill more people? Did it cause more deaths than avert? I would say I don't know because we don't have the data on that. So,
we do actually.
But let's talk. Well, we kind of have to narrow in on: is it effective against the thing it's supposed to fight?
Oh well, a lot of them are. Let me give you an example. The most popular vaccine in the world is the DTP vaccine, diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis. It was introduced in this country around 1980. That vaccine caused so many injuries that Wyeth, which was the manufacturer, was said to the Reagan administration, we are now paying $20 in downstream liabilities for every dollar that we're making in profits, and we are getting out of the business unless you give us permanent immunity from liability. So the vaccine companies then were given, and by the way, Reagan said at that time, why don't you just make the vaccine safe? And Wyeth said, because vaccines are inherently unsafe. They said unavoidably unsafe. You cannot make them safe. And so when Reagan wrote the bill and passed it, the bill says in its preambles, because vaccines are unavoidably unsafe. And the Brucewitz case, which was the Supreme Court case that upheld that bill, uses that same language. Vaccines cannot be made safe. They're unavoidably unsafe. So this is what the law says. Now, I just want to finish this.
So, sorry, I was reading up on everything that he was saying, and thankfully he talks slowly, so I'm able to keep pace with him. So what he's referring to here is a series of lawsuits in the mid-1980s which referred to vaccine safety, which led to some manufacturers withdrawing their DTP vaccines which paved the way to the U.S. National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act in 1986. The act provided funds to compensate for adverse events following immunization. It's worth noting that with vaccines and also literally all medicine ever in all of human history, there is always a potential for adverse side effects. That is unavoidable. It is simply not possible. Even for things as simple as like sutures or Tylenol or like a Flintstones chewable gummy, it is always possible for there to be side effects. Now, the current DTP, the DTAP vaccination, is capable of having side effects, as is the case with many, medical injunctions which affect millions and millions and millions of people. You will see people who have more severe possible side effects. This one right here says that it could potentially lead to death. I could find the exact same thing if I went over here and looked at the back of any of the medicine that I have on the left side of my desk. The question is, what causes more harm? The potential side effects to the DTAP, Tdap, TD, or HIP vaccines, or having the diseases that they prevent you from getting? So we can take a look really quick. So, diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis. Let's take a look. Pertussis, that's whooping cough, causes 160,000 children under 5 to die every year. 24.1 million cases of whooping cough. 160,700 children die yearly from that condition. Now that's globally. So if you wanted to scale that down to the United States, you can. I'm not here to do a math stream. I'm a humanities major. Tetanus deaths. 213 to 293,000 deaths worldwide each year, responsible for 5 to 7% of all neonatal deaths and 5% of all maternal deaths globally. It's a lot of people. And then finally, diphtheria. Oh, that's nice. Diphtheria only killed 4,000 or so people in 2019. It should be noted that all of these deaths are in countries which do not have the vaccines for these diseases. We're taking a look at what these death numbers are from countries that don't have the ability to immunize their children. In fact, here, tetanus deaths by country. Can we get that? Now, the number of tetanus deaths has gone down quite a bit. That's nice. 1990, 314,000 people died in tetanus. Or in 2019, there were only 35,000 deaths. Oh, so the number has gone down significantly. That's fantastic. I'm very happy to hear that. So the Europa.eu fact sheet says it causes around 250,000 deaths a year. This fact sheet says less. I don't know what's true for sure. The fact that the number has gone down, though, is wonderful. Now, where do these cases occur? There we go. In the European region, 303 new cases per year. In the region of the Americas, 786 new cases per year. And then it starts going up from there. Western Pacific, Eastern Mediterranean, African, and Southeast Asian regions. Just remember, guys, vaccines are probably the greatest medical achievement ever made, next to, like, germ theory. The number of lives they've saved are so large that it's basically uncountable. It is unimaginable. Like, if we did not have vaccines at all in the world, you would need to have like if World War II just happened indefinitely with its death count day in and day out, I still don't think it would match the number of people who died from diseases that vaccines could have prevented. It's like insane. When a person is anti-vaccine, they are pro-mass death. The genocide they want to I guess genocide isn't the right term. The mass death they want to bring about is greater than that which, like, any fucking Nazi regime could ever do. It's greater than any Mao famine mismanagement. It's impossible to calculate. Also, it would get rid of all the autistic people.
Story, because this illustrates very well your question. The DTP vaccine was discontinued in this country, and it was discontinued in Europe because so many kids were being injured by it. However, the WHO and Bill Gates gives it to 161 million African children every year.
Thereby saving their lives. Yes.
And Bill Gates went to the Danish government and asked them to support this program, saying, we've saved 30 million kids from dying from diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis. The Danish government said, can you show us the data? And he couldn't. So the Danish government paid for a big study with Novo Nordisk, which is a Scandinavian vaccine company, in West Africa. And they went to West Africa and they looked at the DTP vaccine for 30 years of data. And they retained the best vaccine scientists in the world, these kind of deities of African vaccine program, Peter AAB, Sigrid Morgensen, and a bunch of others. And they looked at 30 years of data for the DTP vaccine, and they came back and they were shocked by what they found. They found that the vaccine was preventing kids from getting diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis. But the girls who got that vaccine were 10 times more likely to die over the next 6 months than children who didn't. Why is that? And they weren't dying from anything anybody ever associated with the vaccine. They were dying of anemia, bilharzia, malaria, sepsis, and mainly pulmonary and respiratory disease, pneumonia. And it turns out this is what the...
That's interesting. As far as I can tell, he's not lying. Evidence an increase in mortality after introduction of diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis vaccine to children aged 6 to 35 months in Guinea-Bissau. If there is a debunk of this, it's not something that I can debunk just by Googling it. I would be interested in seeing if there was something specific to these vaccines that was causing it. Obviously, over here in the United States or in the West broadly, the people who are taking these vaccines are not dying at massively elevated levels. This doctor goes over his claims and debunks it all. It's super informative.
Since the start of the COVID pandemic...
This is what a scientist looks like. Ooh, but could I find the section that refers to this? Perhaps by searching Guinea-Bissau? Let's find out. Oh, I think we found it.
Giving severe brain damage to 1 in 300 kids, and it was pulled in the United States. It was pulled in Europe, but Bill Gates still gives it to 161 million African children.
Don't copyright. Stop.
That's just a lie. Tdap and DTaP are different vaccines. They both give you immunity to diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus, but they're slightly different formulations. One is meant for children under the age of 7, and the other is meant for people over the age of 7. Tdap is the one that is for people over the age of 7. It's never been pulled from the market in America. I got mine a few years ago before I had my first child. He's just lying here. There is absolutely no evidence to suggest that it was killing or giving brain damage to 1 in 300 children. Another complete lie. The safety profile of these vaccines is extensive. They have been tested in clinical trials. They have gone through a lot of safety testing in several different populations over many, many years. All of it comes to the exact same conclusion.
Well, what about the bit with the Africa?
Are very safe. They work really well against the diseases that they are meant to protect.
Yeah, I know, Doug.
And there's just no real trial. Repeatedly, that he will try to make his show better about spreading misinformation and do better fact-checking. And yet, he has the biggest anti-vaxxer in the world sitting in front of him, and he's making such a huge lie that Joe and Jamie just don't fact-check. What are we doing here?
What they were trying to say is...
Does he not talk about this specific claim? I thought he did. It was pulled in Europe, but Bill Gates still gave it to 161 million African children every year, the same vaccine. Does he directly address that? He doesn't respond to that exact point. And given the fact there's a study to it, I think there's a very valid argument that in this case, Robert F. Kennedy is correct. I wonder what exactly led to that increase in mortality. That's very interesting. Of course, keep in mind that the fact that the Bill Gates Association provided these vaccines to children in Guinea-Bissau and it led to an increase in mortality doesn't change the fact that over here in the West, that is not happening. But I am interested in understanding why exactly this result was found. Can we do more research? Yeah, I'm not a virologist, unfortunately. This requires a higher degree of education and speciality than I have. Maybe we'll look into it in the future. Guinea-Bissau, Ken Munger.
This is what the researchers found, who were all pro-vaccine, by the way. They said that this vaccine is killing more children than diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis prior to the introduction of the vaccine. And for 30 years, nobody ever knows.
You're okay concluding off that one study? Don't be mad at me. If you want to go look at stuff, go look at stuff. I'm not concluding. I looked at the study. The study said what he says he's saying. It's go find a contrary study.
Noticed it. The vaccine was providing protection against those target illnesses, but it had ruined the children's immune systems, and they could not defend themselves against random infections that were harmless to most children.
But isn't it nearly impossible to prove that link?
You can't prove the link. All you can do is, for any particular interest, you can't.
All right, here we go. Commentary. Contrary findings from Guinea-Bissau and Papua New Guinea. 4 years ago, a study of routine immunizations in rural areas suggested that early BCG and measles vaccinations were associated with... Wait, is this the same vaccine? No, this is for tuberculosis and measles. This is different. Oh, there it is. Wait. But that early diphtheria... Sorry, I read too quickly. DTP vaccine was associated with an increased mortality. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. In response to the original paper on the non-specific effects of vaccines Bissau, the WHO's Global Advisory Committee on Vaccine Safety sponsored 4 groups to reanalyze existing data sets to refute or replicate findings from Bissau. Okay, so they're double-checking their work here, basically. Oh boy, we're straining the limits of my sociology brain right now. All right, all right. I'm speed reading. If I read all this out loud, we'd be here forever. Give me a sec. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Conclusion. Okay, I think it's basically saying that the initial study was conducted in such a fashion that there were a number of biases that make it difficult to analyze the resulting data. Survivor bias being the larger of them, but a lot of it also being just poor tracking methods. Would that really explain such a significant distinction in the perceived mortality rate? This was published in 2005. Okay. Yes, a 10 times rate? Not impossible, but interesting. Published online 2018. When was this published, like originally? Does not say. Well, clearly before 2005. The conclusion from the original. Give me the damn. Interesting. I'm going to file this aside to something that I want to look more into later, because we're really trying to learn about RFK here, more so than this one specific claim. He has probably made hundreds of spurious claims about vaccines. I'm interested in learning more about that one specifically, but in a bit.
Illness or death, you can't prove the link, but you can show statistically that if you get that vaccine, you're more likely to die over the next 6 months than if you don't. And those,
thankfully, this is not the case for vaccines in the West, which is what we're primarily concerned with when we talk about, internal policy.
Studies, unfortunately, are not done for any other vaccines. So for every other medicine, in order to get approval from the FDA, you have to do a placebo-controlled trial prior to licensure, where you look at health outcomes among an exposed group, a group that gets it, and compare those to a similarly situated group that gets a placebo. The only medical intervention that...
I can't listen to him talk anymore. Let's finish the website. America Strong again. As President RFK Jr. will start the process of unwinding empire. We will bring the troops home. We will stop racking up unpayable debt to fight one war after another. The military will return to its proper role of defending our country. We will end the proxy wars, bombing campaigns, covert operations, coups, paramilitaries, and everything else that has become so normal most people don't know what's happening. What specifically? In Ukraine. Oh, okay. We're specifically addressing Ukraine. In Ukraine, the most important priority is to end the suffering of the Ukrainian people, victims of a brutal Russian invasion, and victims of American geopolitical machinations going back to at least 2014. That's true. That's definitely when America started directly intervening in Ukrainian politics. We must first get it clear. Is our mission to help the brave Ukrainians defend their sovereignty, or is it to use Ukraine as a pawn to weaken Russia? So, by defending Ukrainian sovereignty, Russia is weakened. They are both the same thing in this case. Robert F. Kennedy will choose the first. He will find a diplomatic solution that brings peace to Ukraine and brings our resources back where they belong. Well, you're gonna take the javelins back? You're gonna you want to like take it back? What are you talking about? We will offer to withdraw our troops and nuclear-capable missiles from Russia's borders. Wait, what? What troops you? What? What troops and nuclear-capable missiles are you referring to? What do you? Yeah, do you mean from the Baltics? The Baltics are in NATO. We have a military alliance with them. Russia will withdraw its troops from Ukraine and guarantee its freedom and independence. Oh, I bet they will. UN peacekeepers will guarantee peace to the Russian-speaking eastern regions. Like that language there, like UN peacekeepers would be necessary to protect the only people who have been attacking the Russian-speaking eastern regions are Russians. The implication here is that peacekeepers would be necessary to protect them from Ukrainian aggression. We will put an end to this war. We will put an end to the suffering of the Ukrainian people. This will be the start of a broader program of the demilitarization of all countries. Talks about JFK for a bit. Okay, nice. Let's see. RFK Jr. backed by group connected to top MAGA Republicans. That is not at all surprising. Oh, God. Please. Why? Why would you not just have them saying it? Why would you have this stupid music? Boomer site. It's Newsweek. Boomer site. Boomer behavior. RFK says Russia acted in good faith during Ukraine invasion.
Zelensky has repeated. Putin has repeatedly said yes. In fact, he negotiated 2 times. He agreed to agreements. He agreed to the Minsk Accords, and then he agreed.
He didn't create the Minsk Accord. It was made in a joint effort by a number of nations, and then neither side respected it. He didn't create it.
In 2022 to an agreement that would have left Ukraine completely intact.
No, it didn't. When? When has he ever said that he would agree to fully leave Ukraine? And if so, why didn't he just do that then? Or is this one of those agreements where it's like we'll fully leave Ukraine, but also we reserve the right to invade you in the future, and you can't have a military, and you can't have nukes, and you can't join NATO, and you have to have a puppet government installed by us, and like all that crap, right?
And it was us who forced Zelensky to sabotage that agreement. It was
That is not even remotely true.
already signed.
It was already said. Wait, is he suggesting that like Putin and Zelensky were in a room together and they both signed like a peace deal, and then America busted in and like tore it up? What is he suggesting? How do we do that? This is just made up. This is completely made up.
So, you know, the Russians were acting in good faith. So, no, I think we're the ones who have not been acting in good faith.
Yeah, as is the case with most of the far-right stuff that goes on in America, it's basically guaranteed that his like prominence and the attention cycle that he's been running is heavily promoted and backed by people operating from Russia. Russia has invested so much time and energy into destabilizing American politics by promoting far-right candidates and officials, their talking points and their messages, which is why you now have a bunch of like highly militaristic, xenophobic, lunatic fascists who are saying like, I think that America has engaged in neocolonialism by, you know, intervening in Ukraine in 2014. We're doing a proxy war. Like fascists normally talk like this. No, it's just it's a co-alignment of positions.
A just and lasting peace can open a pathway to sanctions relief connected to concrete actions, especially military withdrawal.
I don't give a shit about this guy. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. repeatedly suggested chemicals in water are impacting the sexuality of children. Oh, shit. It's not just frogs. They're turning the freaking frogs gay, except it's everyone. Man-made chemicals making children gay or transgender, causing the feminization of boys, masculinization of girls. Truly spectacular stuff. Please read this, it's so funny. A gigantic fart derailed RFK Jr.'s NYC press dinner. Now this is real news. Presidential hopeful RFK Jr. threw a press dinner on Tuesday night that devolved into a shouting match between 2 elderly men, a bizarre conflict that reportedly ended with a prolonged bout of flatulence. As relayed by a Page Six reporter who was present, the mess started after a guest asked Kennedy a question about the environment, an innocent enough inquiry that enraged former gossip columnist Doug Detchert, the reportedly drunk host of the whole event. The climate hoax, Detchert started to yell, his senile screams drew the ire of his longtime friend, art critic Anthony Hayden Guest, who wasted no time in condemning Detchert and pleading for him to shut up. But Detchert was relentless, continuing to rant about the scam of climate change, while Hayden guests disparaged him with insults, calling him fucking insane and insignificant. That's when Detchert brought out his secret weapon, a booming fart that he released while shouting, "I'm farting." All the while, RFK Jr. calmly watched the gaseous chaos. Why am I reading this? The gaseous chaos unfold. Detchert said the following to Page 6 about the incident. I apologize for using my flatulence as a medium of public commentary in your presence. Is this a dude's rock moment? This feels like traditional aristocracy behavior. Who writes like this? How else would you write a story like this? Like, how else would you approach writing a story like this, I think? Oh yeah, I saw this as well. Since RFK Jr. basically exclusively appeals to Republicans, it like, and I seriously, I've not seen any like potential Biden voters talk about him at all. It makes a lot of sense that Republicans would just, I guess, commit to the bit. But as a Republican candidate, like RFK Jr. can't do or say anything because he's not even doing like the wedge issue stuff anymore. You know what I mean? He's not even like fulfilling his purpose as a divisive wedge candidate. I mean, Kennedys do have a history with Nazis. Yes, I suppose that's true. What's my man been tweeting about? Oh, we haven't talked about this, but he's muscular. He takes steroids.
Camus said, I believe in myth of Sisyphus. The only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion. What do you think he means by that?
Okay, this is lame as shit. Yeah, this is lame as shit. This is literally just like TikTok engagement bait. It's not even... Can't watch that. That's copyright. Pierce Morgan, uncensored. Democratic candidate RFK Jr. is confident he will beat Joe Biden in the primaries. Really?
But do you sense that he may not actually run in 2024 when it comes to it? And is that why you think you actually have a real chance of potentially becoming the Democrat nominee?
I think I have a chance of becoming the Democratic nominee because my numbers are better at beating Republicans than him.
Uh-huh. Jesus Christ. Complaining about Ukraine and NATO. Oh, Russell Brand. What a surprise.
The problem with all the clandestine operations, there's no accountability. And if the Espionage Division is part of that, they end up justifying all of these black ops rather than saying, okay, let's take a look at the long-term blowback, not just the short-term objective. Oh, for example, the CIA believes if they look at the overthrow of Saddam Hussein, they say that's a success story because they got rid of him. But then we spend $8 trillion. We kill more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. We turn Iraq into a proxy for Iran. It's an incoherent nation.
We what? What was that last bit there? How did we turn Iraq into a proxy for Iran? What does that mean? They don't get along. What do you mean? Do you mean like they're our proxy against Iran? Or do you mean that they're Iran's proxy against us? I'm guessing that he means that they're our proxy against Iran. Guys, do you think that he thinks that Iraq got along well with Iran before the Iraq War? Like Saddam Hussein was friends with Iran? I don't even know what point he's making. Because Iraq is majority Shia and Iran supports Shia groups in Iran. So wait, is his argument that Iraq and Iran are getting along better? Because they're not a proxy. That's not what that means. I don't even understand. I don't even know. He probably means proxy war. There's no proxy. We're not doing a proxy war against Iran right now by any definition. There's no way to justify that belief.
Nation that's just a series of warring death squads between Shia and Sunni, and we create ISIS and we drive 2 million refugees into Europe and destabilize democracy and everything.
Wait, whoa. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. First of all, refugees moving to Europe did not destabilize their democracies. That's fucking racist. Very progressive from RFK here, like, oh yeah, and we destroyed Europe by sending their Syrians over there. Second of all, that was Assad. The Syrian civil war was Assad. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm not... Look, I love to blame the West for stuff, and we've got our hand in a lot of honeypots, okay? I do not think that the Syrian civil war is all on us. Assad's pretty bad. It was Assad in Russia. Well, Assad's a Russian puppet, so... Well, not puppet, really. It's complicated than that, but they're allies.
Country in Europe and probably have something to do with Brexit. And so if you look at all of the blowback and then say, was it a good idea to overthrow Saddam Hussein?
Well, he's obviously an Assadist. Yeah, but here's the weird thing. I'm pretty sure that RFK is pro-Israel. You can't really be pro-Israel, but also be an Assadist. So I think that it would be more accurate to say that he's a crank. Seriously, I really do think that he's like, a lot of it is just this, you know? Hey, Connor boy.
The answer would be no, it wasn't. If you like this video and you want to...
I don't, thank you. Russia are pro-Israel and pro-Assad? Well, Russia's stance on Israel is pretty complicated. I don't know if it's fully, like, pro-Israel. But it is true that Israel is no ally to democracies.
Treating the Russians basically as an enemy, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Do you see China in the same way as an enemy of the United States?
How do you have a nose with nostril passages that big and still sound that nasally when you talk? Having a big nose should mean that you don't sound nasally because your sinuses are clear. How does fucking Glenn sound that nasally with a big honker like that?
States who needs to be treated as an enemy, or do you think we can also foster more collaborative or at least less antagonistic relationships with Beijing?
I do see them as an adversary of the United States. I think they're competitive with us, they're ambitious, and the indications are that the Chinese leadership does want to dominate the globe and have access to the natural resources in the developing world. But the Chinese do not want to compete with us militarily, and they shouldn't. We have 3 times the military budget that they do. We spend more on our military than the next top 10 nations combined. We have 800 bases all over the world. The Chinese have 1.5 bases outside of China, so they're not looking for a military competition, and we shouldn't be either.
Okay, I guess I technically don't disagree with what he said so far. Because Saddam was the biggest bulwark against Iran and Sunni forces gaining power in the region. When we took him out, we left a power vacuum Iran could utilize. Okay, but I don't know if it's I don't know if we could be like, oh, thank God Saddam was maintaining like peace and stability in the region by like occasionally doing a genocide and a war, but also he kept like, you know, the Sunnis in line or whatever. I don't know. I don't think Saddam was good for regional stability. Doesn't it make sense that Iran would have a ton of like geopolitical pull over Iraq anyway? They're a much larger and stronger country. Like, in a good world, Iran and Iraq should be allies and like good neighbors to each other. That's like a normal thing. Like, that's like a normal thing that should reasonably happen. Yeah, but overthrowing him was objectively bad for regional stability. Yeah, well, certainly with like ISIS and stuff like that. I mean, internally, Iraq is calmer than it was during some points of his leadership. But like, I don't know if I like the idea of framing Iraq and Iran getting along better as like a downside, or Iraq being a proxy for Iran. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I'm not scared of America competing with China on an economic plane. And I think we should welcome that competition. It would be good for the Chinese, good for the Americans, and good for the rest of the world. And we should de-escalate the military confrontations, take the pressure off of China and Taiwan, let them figure it out for themselves.
No. What do you mean take the pressure off of and let them figure it out? Here, China, the country that keeps threatening to invade Taiwan, and Taiwan, tiny island nation. I know we pledge to defend you if you're invaded, but like, good luck. They want them microchips.
Close most of those bases, bring the money home, get the peace dividend, rebuild our industrial base, and have an economic competition against the Chinese that's friendly, that's congenial, but that's vigorous and robust. I'm not scared that America cannot outcompete China head-to-head on economic issues. If you like this video and you want to help me...
We don't need to compete with them. Whatever. How was that basketball clip? Oh, okay, I don't know. It's a wide lens. It's basically capitalist brain poison talking. Well, remember, his economic lens is libertarian, right? Like his guiding philosophy here when it comes to a lot of these issues is like rein in government, let corporations reign, but like be progressive broadly. But like not really, because he thinks the chemicals in the water are making people trans. The progressivism is largely disingenuous and takes second fiddle to the conspiracy bait. And it's pretty difficult to be a hardcore conspiracist and a progressive at the same time. But, who knows, right? Who the fuck knows? So he's nothing like JFK? No, there's no, yeah. It's not, their positions aren't genetically determined. Do you think he had a ghostwriter for his website? Yeah, of course. No presidential candidate would write their own website. God, look how big he is. Isn't Ice Cube like super anti-Semitic and stuff? Isn't he? I think I remember that. That sounds about right.
Do you think there's a kind of horseshoe happening within politics?
Well, I would say this, that I consider myself a traditional Kennedy liberal. I don't know any of the values that my uncle, John Kennedy, harbored, or my father shared that I don't share. They had antipathy and...
They were also anti-vax.
Suspicion of war and the military-industrial complex.
Whoa, hold on. JFK was not some kind of like anti-war dove, all right? He contributed significantly to worsening relations with the Soviet Union. The Bay of Pigs, the Cuban Missile Crisis? Wait, no. Hold on.
They did not want corporations running the American government.
What's the Bay of Pigs? A bunch of Cubans who fled to America after Castro led a successful revolution in Cuba. The CIA rounded them up and they were like, hey, guys, go on a big boat over to Cuba and like defeat Castro and take your country back. We'll support you. It'll be great. Haha. And then we didn't support them and we basically just sent like a ton of people over there to get gunned down on the beaches. It's like a big troll. You know what I mean? We will totally give you air support. Yeah. Wasn't the Bay of Pigs because the CIA tried to pull a fast one on JFK? Nah, JFK wasn't super committed to the project, but he did sign off on it. Basically, it was the previous administration initially created the idea, and JFK kind of inherited it, and he was like, well, all right, nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys, all right, but he still like signed off on it. He wasn't like deceived or whatever. He should have known it was a bad idea.
They were completely against censorship. They were
what? I don't know JFK's positions on censorship, but he was a president during the Cold War. I guarantee you he was like responsible for some deep state spook stuff. No way.
Against the use of fear as a governing tool.
What? Okay, yeah. Okay. If you want to, you can just read up like the ways in which JFK handled the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Cold War broadly. Just don't, yeah, whatever.
They spoke out about it often. And you go down the list of the things that they believe in, and I don't think that there's really any daylight between me and what they believed. But I do think that there is a growing coalition of the left and right in our country of
remember? This is the line, right? It's that populist centrism stuff where it's like people are tired of the elites, and it's time for people to rise up and start caring about the real issues, like how vaccines are making our kids trans, you know? Like but the funny thing is he's like pretty libertarian, which means he's not in favor of corporate regulation, which means that his official policies are pretty much objectively pro like oligarchy, you know? If you don't care for meaningfully curtailing the corporate state, then you can't, like, you're not populist. It's like fake populism again. But that's the point. He's a wedge candidate. The whole point is to like stir shit up with the Democrats to try to pull people over. Yeah, he's the official Breaking Points candidate. He's the official Jimmy Dore candidate.
Populist forces on the left and right that are convening now and that are, finding common ground. And I think that really is probably the only thing that is going to rescue American democracy. There's a rebellion happening in our country now. There's a populist rebellion. And if we don't capture that rebellion, making our country an exemplary nation again, somebody else is going to hijack that rebellion for much darker purposes. And I don't think it's a good idea to say we're not going to talk to American populists because they're deplorable. They're Americans. They're our brothers and sisters.
See, now he's going to pretend that it's the left wing that has arrogantly refused to engage with the right. Whereas right now the right is literally holding like death marches and crowing about how when they take power, they're going to destroy all their enemies. Like, yeah, it's definitely the left that has utterly refused to engage with the opposition, and not that the right is so insanely militant that they think they'll catch like the gay trans disease by talking to people on the left. Keep in mind that, again, this guy has no chance in the primaries. Because the primaries are basically not happening, it's pretty much only Biden and Kennedy that are viable candidates for the primary. Like, there are some other edge case candidates, but nobody cares. And Kennedy is getting like between 8 and 17%, more or less, with Biden getting the lion's share of the percentage for primary preference. But what's important to understand is that Kennedy is benefiting from a massively powerful force that will skew the results here in his favor. His name. Most of the Democrats responding to these polls just see Kennedy flash back to, oh, the most powerful and influential Democratic political dynasty in the country's history, and they think, oh, that'd be great, It's Nepo baby shit, right? They don't know what he sounds like. They don't know what his policies are. That's what you get from these early, like, primary polls. They're not reflective of people's actual interest. If they actually were up there on a stage together, God, can you imagine him trying to talk on a stage, like into a mic, in a debate? Ooh. Versus somebody who's actually opposing him and not somebody who's just going to like smile and nod as he rambles off vaccine conspiracy bullshit. Yeah, no. So he's purely here to do wedge stuff. Tucker Carlson on why he admires RFK and the greatest thing that RFK Jr. said to him. RFK retweeting endorsements from Tucker Carlson. It's fantastic. Complaining about cluster bombs from the Biden administration. Everyone ready for another regime change war? That's what Biden seems to be signaling when he agreed last week that Assad must go. What? Saying this dictator has to go is the same thing as backing a regime change war? What if we wanted to do that, why wouldn't we have done it any time over the past like 8 years since the Syrian civil war started? We've had troops stationed like in Syria with our Rajavan allies. Why? Okay, yeah, okay. Who must go? Well, Assad has never gone, so. Man, he has really been running the circuit. Here's Kim Iverson, a fascist, possibly Nazi. This was the person who said that the fact that when a white man murders his family, they show like a pleasant picture of him, as opposed to like when black people murder their family, they show like a thug picture of him. She said this was anti-white racism because it makes you paranoid of all white people. Yeah, she's a lunatic.
Party certainly has gone all in on that. If you were to get into the Oval Office...
Oh, it's cool how he's like doing all of these media runs on all of these famously like Biden supporting platforms, right? It's just interesting how his reach across the aisle populism seems to exclusively involve talking to far right or center figures with a strong conspiratorial bent. I think the closest thing he's done to talk to a left-leaning figure was Bill Maher, and it was just so they could both agree on like vaccine denial.
Office, how could you unravel this type of industry capture?
I would say I have like a PhD in how to unravel agency capture because I've been suing these agencies for so many years. I've been involved in litigation, many cases with EPA, which is captured by oil, by coal, HHS, and the pharmaceutical.
Oh, interesting. So you think that the EPA is captured by oil and coal? I agree. So what are you going to do about that to shift American energy investment away from oil and coal? Because like that right thing is like, because that's like a big issue. Like that's a huge thing. Even Biden won't do that.
Industry, which owns NIH, CDC, and FDA. I've litigated against the Department of Agriculture because it's captured by Smithfield and Tyson and Monsanto. And all of these agencies, those umbilical cords to industry have to be broken. They're basically functioning as wholly owned subsidiaries for the industries they're supposed to regulate.
Everything this guy says is like mathematically calculated to appeal to shoe on head. But like, again, all of these sound great until you reflect for a second and think like, okay, so he thinks corporations are overly involved in government. I completely agree. So what does he want to do with that? But this populist messaging is incompatible with a free market approach towards addressing this corruption, meaning that it's like he'll point at it, but he can't do anything about it.
Most politicians get in there hoping to drain the swamp. I'm not intimidated by the agencies. I know how they work and I know how to change them. And most of those changes you do not need Congress for.
See, that's very telling right there. I'm not intimidated by the agencies. My friend, the EPA is not the thing that you'd be intimidated by. The oil and coal lobbies are what you would be intimidated by. The EPA's power is infinitesimally small compared to the corporations that have captured them. So, what are you going to do about that? Worth noting, the only industry he seems willing to actually go after is the pharmaceutical one. And even then, it's not with like economic reform proposal. It's more like, oh no, you can't produce vaccines anymore. Like the one time he actually specifically talks about dealing with a corporation or like an industry, market regulation. The one time he talks about that, the only time he talks about that seems to be in the context of we can't let them produce life-saving vaccines. But he's very vague about it.
With a stroke of the pen, you can change back the rule that allows pharmaceutical advertisers to do direct-to-consumer ads on television. Another thing that
I agree. So I think that'd be great. I think that'd be great. I agree with that. Unironically, there's no reason to directly market medications to consumers. That's not necessary. That is not needed. It's not good.
I can do is I can open up all the databases. CDC keeps it in a lockbox like Fort Knox and make sure no scientist is allowed in there. So I'll open up that database on day one. I have 100
what database? I don't know what he's referring to here.
Things that I'm going to do immediately to unravel the agency capture in these agencies. I will end that overnight.
I believe him. I don't know what he's referring to with the lockbox info. Transparency in science is great, certainly. I don't know what he's referring to with like secret CDC databases, though. Oh, here's him suddenly pretending to have a problem with capitalism when it means being anti-Ukraine. JP Morgan, BlackRock, and the neoliberal establishment are salivating over a profit bonanza in post-war Ukraine. Yes, it is true. We live under capitalism, so if an area suddenly becomes available for investment, they will want to invest. That's an inevitable force in the system. That's how that works. I'm a Eurotard. Does this guy stand a chance of winning? No. I kind of like watching these clips, though. Ironically, RFK supports neoliberal policies, though. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's not in favor of corporate regulation. Like I said, it's all disingenuous populism. RFK spoke in the Jan Nationalist Tour. He spoke at this? Oh, yeah. This looks like, yeah. This looks like a very middle-of-the-road populist reaching across the aisle kind of event right here. Uh-huh. Wow. The podcast advertising this is on rumble.com. What a shock. This is the people who are obsessed with that World Economic Forum narrative of the Great Reset, which didn't happen, by the way. The Great Reset was literally just them saying, hey, now that everyone's staying indoors and shipping is cut down significantly, maybe we can like do some economic restructuring. And because it's the World Economic Forum, the economic restructuring they were referring to would have made them more money. And then the COVID lockdowns are done. Everything's more or less back to normal. The Great Reset didn't happen. It didn't happen. It was just literally like one guy suggested it at a World Economic Forum meeting, and then like it didn't happen, and it's over now. But Nazis, like most of the people here, I assume, treat it like this is the new world order, like Jewish deep state, like control. Look at the messaging here. It's a snake, and it's versus the Holy Bible. You know, the Great Reawakening here is like the storm. It's the QAnon storm. Like the Christian nationalists surge out and reawaken and take control after being buffeted by the tyranny of the Jewish cabal that control the world and want to destroy the white man or whatever. What a shock! Bill Gates and Soros are here. Wow, amazing. And Obama. Mike Pillow Dude isn't one of the red ones. Yeah, he's had to declare bankruptcy recently, or at least he's preparing to. He's selling off a ton of assets. It's pretty funny. Like, are they supposed to be centrists? Well, most of these people, I'm pretty sure, are like pretty open Christian nationalist fascists. RFK pretends to do this like, I'm reaching across the aisle to unite both people in a time of great divisiveness, when in reality he almost exclusively talks to the far right, or at the very least like conspiracy-addled people. You missed the 50% off for pastors. Oh yeah, 50% off for all pastors right here down the bottom left. And yeah, this is being led by General Flynn. General Flynn was one of the like active QAnon guys. Was he the one who did the thing where he like pledged to QAnon in that like fire pit with his family? Was he the guy who did that? Yeah, he like had a fire pit in his backyard and he and his family took a pledge to QAnon like a fucking psychopath. Yeah.
Presidency at this point.
Well, I saw the country going in a direction and my political party going in a direction.
Okay, I think we get the gist with this guy, don't we? I feel like we've actually done a pretty deep and convincing expose on this guy. I feel like we get his vibe now. So I don't know if he's a grifter. I know that he's a crank. His policies are internally inconsistent. He mostly cares about the conspiracy stuff. The populism is incoherent and disingenuous. He's definitely having his talking points at the very least motivated by like Russia or Russia adjacent people. And he exists only to be a wedge to try to move people from the left to the right, but I don't know how effectively he's doing that because, again, I don't see any Democrats engage with him. Literally, the only people he engages with are far-right people. So, yeah, I don't know. I would be surprised, honestly, if he... I would be surprised if he even made it to the primaries. Like, if he even got, like, the floor necessary for it, you know? He's the 2023 version of Tulsi Gabbard. I think that's a great way of putting it. Yeah, no, pretty much, yeah. The difference is that Tulsi Gabbard only did her massive shift rightward after the primaries, whereas he's done it before the primaries, which seems kind of backwards, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a strategy. Yeah. Nice. Oh man, that took longer than I thought. That was quite a lot. You need to do something about your sub. The users there are becoming deranged. Maybe they need to like stop posting about Shu. I don't know what the fuck is up with you guys. I'm actually like asking, are you guys deranged in the Vosh subreddit, Vosh V subreddit? Why are you guys like that? Why do you Shu post constantly? Do I still have SDS or have this reworded? Who cares? Hey guys, here, legit question to the people who go on Vosh V. A subreddit that's gotten a surprising amount of traffic lately with like consistent, oh, top post right now is Shu. Incredible. What is up with you guys? Here's a quick question. Why do you guys not like talk about the stream? It's like a general purpose left sub. If you guys keep acting like this, I am actually going to make it a rule that you can't talk about things that don't directly have to do with my stream or its contents. I will actually nuke it that hard. I will make it, I will impose severe fucking restrictions on you guys. Okay? They spent days shitting on me for leading the protests as a moderator. Then we reopened and they've just been talking about Shu and Anna, fucking degenerates. Seriously, you guys seriously like need to get your shit together, okay? Holy fuck. A lot of this is literally just like, okay, some of it's, that's relevant news. That's fair. That's shitting on the DSA, which I'm always okay with. 17? Are you screenshotting your... What is this? What are you doing? Try to keep it to like channel related stuff. There are other left-leaning subs if you just want to like general post. If it's related to like the stream in some fashion, then like sure, that's fine, but I don't, especially if you're just going to Shu post over and over, okay? We know Shu's retarded, okay? We're fully aware of that. Thank you. Now and for years in the future, I'm sure, Shu, thanks to continued exposure to far-right propaganda from both her boyfriend and all of the friends she hangs out with, because left-leaning people ostracize her when she does bad shit, but right-leaning people don't, meaning that she'll be more exposed to their opinions than others, because that's just how exposure works, she is going to increasingly downplay the severity of far-right threats and overstate the severity of left-leaning threats, including whinging about censorship in any case, even if it's stuff like Nazis getting banned from platforms or like assessments of Nazis or whatever else. In her mind, she will always think of herself as a progressive because she does not personally hate trans people. And she doesn't, by the way. She doesn't personally hate trans people or black people or gay people. In her mind, right here, up in the noggin, she is fully progressive towards those groups. And I know that for an absolute fact. However, that does not like necessarily dictate a person's behavior. But we know this, okay? We're familiar with the phenotype. We get the behavior. You don't need to keep posting about it, okay? Didn't we have a don't post about Shu rule for a month? Those were good times. Vosh people like villains. There are better villains to focus on than Shu on head. Just do a Shu rule like the D rule? No, the Destiny stuff was different. The Destiny rule was because DGGers are obsessive and would go into the subreddit and bait drama by constantly posting about him. That's like a keeping foreign influence out thing, okay? Listen, this is like a Jushist policy, all right? It's like North Korea, all right? I'm trying to maintain permanent revolution within Vosh V, and I'm trying to keep foreign influences out, all right? It's radical behavior. The thing with Shu is Shu fans aren't running in there to constantly spread drama for fun. You guys are doing it. It's totally different. Come on, behave better. Jesus. Pigeon. What's up with Pigeon?
I wanted you to show her the stream.
Oh, I'll bring her.
I think she wants water, but give it to her after she works for it.
No, I'm gonna give it to her now.
No.
Oh, shit. I could have hit the add button. Add button. Ugh. Maybe ban drama post. The sub is infected with drama frogs. I just feel like so often the posts in there don't relate to anything that's going on with the stream. I guess that a lot of people treat Vosh V as like a kind of social democrat. Oh, excuse me, like a social democrat / leftist hub for people who are sympathetic to left politics but aren't tankies. And also, 196 is still down, right? So, yeah. Oh, the cough is back? I did the whole stream without coughing. That's fine. My cough has gotten a lot better. Did Vosh talk about the blowjob thing yet? Oh, you mean the thing with the landlord? Why is there so much discourse about this? 10 million views? Really? Confession, I've been blowing my landlord instead of paying rent. So yeah, this has been going on since June 2020, during the pandemic when I lost my job. Started off as a monthly thing. Now I'm doing it every 2 weeks. Not exactly proud of myself, but TPH, I'm happy not paying rent, which is ridiculously high in London anyway. I feel like the answer on this, or the explanation for this, is so obvious. Obviously, it's bad. Clearly. Sexual exploitation taken as service rather than paying rent is bad. Some people have pointed out that, like, oh, would it be bad if she was a sex worker who had to give one blowjob a month and use that money to pay rent? And I guess the answer to that would be, well, rent is bad in the first place. But in that case, you're a worker who has some kind of autonomy over who you're giving head to. And that's like a job you've chosen to get into, as opposed to with the landlord, there's like a direct power relationship between you and the landlord. And then people would say, okay, well, people don't really choose to get into sex work. Like, not all of them, right? A lot of people choose to get into sex work in the same, like, Coconut Island sense. Like, you don't really have choice. So then it's like, okay, so isn't this just like skipping steps? In fact, some people have pointed out, giving 2 blowjobs a month to pay rent in London, that is a better rate than you will get for any, like, prostitution with any other group in any other circumstance. So in this case, it's actually like you're basically getting highly discounted. So then it's like, okay, so hold on. Wouldn't a lot of people prefer blowing their landlord to paying rent, like saving thousands of dollars a month? And I think the fact that anyone would ask or even answer that question is indicative of the source of the problem here, right? This is basically just the Coconut Island hypothetical all over again, isn't it? Except instead of it being there's only so and so many coconuts to eat on a desert island, it's you need to sleep somewhere and land is expensive and you live in London. So it's basically the same hypothetical, right? Now, the answer to the coconut hypothetical is to kill the person with the coconuts. I don't think that's necessarily applicable here because I think the long-standing social consequences of a Maoist-style revolution would probably cause more problems than it would solve, much as I'm in favor of the nationalization of land and the housing market. So, I don't know. I feel like the only, like, definitive, conclusive answer you can arrive at through this is just a reflection of the current state of affairs and how rough things are. You know what I mean? I also think it's worth pointing out the only reason this landlord is accepting this deal is because they like having power over the tenant. This is probably thousands of dollars per blowjob, like money-wise. If the landlord just wanted to pay for blowjobs, he could get far more, likely better ones too, with less money. This is purely because he likes having power over the tenant. It's just a power thing for them. Or maybe the tenant is uniquely beautiful, but I think it's far more likely that it's a power thing. Anyway, it's an altogether unfortunate situation. If a person has a choice in a given environment to choose between paying rent and sucking their landlord's dick, and they make the choice to do the dick sucking rather than paying rent with money, and that's a choice they deliberately take and conscientiously take, there's no way to take away the fact that there's an imbalanced power relationship between landlord and tenant, right? Because at any point the landlord could go like, oh no, actually it'll have to be one blowjob a day now. A landlord can't say, hey, I'm quadrupling your rent. At least they don't generally do it. That's not normally on the table, right? They can up the rent, but not like that. But they could quadruple the blowjobs. Like there's a different dynamic there, and for that reason, it's a fundamentally like imbalanced thing. However, I do think that a person could say like, hey, I suck my landlord's dick instead of paying rent, and I prefer that to spending $2,000 a month. Even though there's an imbalanced power dynamic, that's a choice I prefer, and I can't necessarily say that. I can't necessarily say that's like immoral for them to choose. I think it's immoral for the landlord to accept, obviously, and illegal in many cases. Even if accepting it from the landlord's perspective would make the life easier for the person who wants to do it. That's an ethically complicated situation, I'll admit, not because this isn't sexual exploitation, it is. But I think the specifics of how to navigate the power imbalance from a person who's trying to do so in a consensual way from the tenant's perspective, I think that's complicated. I don't think things are complicated on the landlord's side at all. I think that's just bad. Okay, yeah. All right, I think that's all my thoughts on the subject. Would it be different if she was doing non-sexual labor? I mean, I do think that sex work is work, so no, I think it would be the same, right? If a landlord is like, hey, you know, you can actually pay the rent by sucking my dick, or what if they said, hey, you can pay the rent by like doing a day's like hard labor, like cleaning out my garage or something like that? I still think that's fucked, because the whole point of keeping exchanges like this to a monetary level is that they are discrete, and they are empirical, and they are divisible, and they're guided and regulated by laws concerning rent and like rent costs, right? There are no laws on like, okay, well, you know, you can't up the sloppy toppy ratio. They just ban it altogether. But there are laws concerning like money exchanges. Also, the price that one pays for rent, like there's discrimination lawsuits you can file, right? If somebody like massively ups the rent but charges less for someone else or whatever. But none of this works if you're paying in blowjobs. There's no court that'll settle that, even if it was legal to do that to begin with, right? So I guess this is just like, yeah, I don't know. I think it has to do with like regularity and divisibility. Yeah, but it's complicated. It's one of those things where it's easy to arrive at the correct answer intuitively, that this is wrong, but difficult to arrive at like a fully morally grounded, like here's every way in which and reason why it's wrong, I think. Vosh, okay, but then is there a difference between your rent is cleaning the garage and the rent is $1,500 and I pay you $1,500 for cleaning my garage? Well, there is a difference then, right? Because in that case, if the rent is cleaning the garage, you can't just pay $1,500. Whereas if the rent is $1,500, but they offer a side job of $1,500 to clean the garage, you could choose to accept or decline, and your rent is still being presented in a monetary, divisible, predictable format that you can engage with as normal rent, rather than just being a handyman for your landlord and having to just do like nebulous work to earn it, you know? Because they could not make rent go $1,500 to $3,000 in 1 month, but they could say, oh yeah, to make rent this month, you're going to have to do twice as much work. That is something they could do. Vosh, just admit you don't know how to clean garages. Buddy, if you only knew how good I was at it. If you only knew. My grandparents over in Florida have a huge garage, And when I went over there when I was a kid, I would always help my grandpa arrange their gigantic, like, ancient family house garage. The garage cleaning lobby hates Vosh. True. Okay, I'm going to read donations. Thank you all very much for the stream, by the way. I'm going to read donos, then cut it now. Oh, it seems we're doing something different tomorrow, by the way. Stream is going to start a little bit later tomorrow because I guess I'm doing a debate. Someone failed to show up, and I'm subbing in for a debate on contraception. It's still a little early for me debate-wise, like with my cough, but I think I'll be okay. I felt pretty okay today. And we'll be talking. Apparently, they're anti-contraception, and this is being put on by somebody called Wick, I think. I don't know the dealios, but, you know, I do like debates, so. Is it a panel? No, 1v1. Are you ending stream early to research? No. I don't feel I should need to research on the subject of whether or not contraception should be legal. That seems more of a moral argument than it is something rooted heavily in, like, because even if there was a ton of data on, like, well, in some cases, birth control causes you to shit yourself, like, none of that would matter to me, because my argument's going to be about freedom, right? Like, the ability to make your own choices and decisions. And that seems like ethical grounds that I've talked on in a lot of ways before, so I don't know what I'd research necessarily. Oh, yeah, they did approve a new birth control pill just the other day. Just today. FDA approves first non-prescription daily oral contraceptive. So you don't even need a prescription. So you can just, like, get it. Just buy it online. Does it work the same? That's what I'm looking. Take it the same time every day. Don't use some other medications. Don't use if you have breast cancer. Can cause some period weirdness. That's normal. Not an emergency contraceptive. All right, well, interesting. There's work on a male contraceptive. I would love a pill I could take to not knock bitches up. Okay, hold on. Satanic Cabal, thank you for the very kind $2 $5 donos. Paper progressive because women's rights only in Moscow. Maybe Moscow is the only city you know. This is a dumb argument. Why New York City is more progressive than Bonaparte, Alabama. Therefore, U.S. progressivism as paper means nothing. You know, former USSR had more women in STEM. Yeah, I know that. Oh, Satanic Cabal doesn't like the fact that I said that the USSR wasn't as progressive as people think. Dublitz, thanks to Tier 1 sub. Unknown Anomaly, thank you for the $10. If the Ukrainians win the war before the 2024 election, how do you think it'll impact the election? Interesting question. I don't know. I'd be surprised if they did. But, no, that's interesting. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that. Satan6, thank you for the 5. NPC Porky, thank you for the Tier 2 sub. RFK Jr. is just a right-wing chaos agent whose main objective is to draw away more voters from the Dems. He's the 2023 old male version of Tulsi Gabbard. Completely agree. Completely agree. 2 If by Fire, thanks to Tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Lena Lux, what's up? Thanks to Tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Happy to have you here. Sake, thanks to 4 Tier 1 subs. President Jon Stewart would have sanctioned media conglomerates until they became worker-owned. God, I would absolutely vote for Jon Stewart over, like, anyone else in the Democratic ticket. Unknown Anomaly, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I'll continue to cover the Hollywood strikes, for sure. They mean a lot to me. Holic Master, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Literally, the music industry predict the economic model we would have a decade ago. I'm afraid your link doesn't work, so I'm just going to have to assume that you're completely correct, Holic Master. I'm sorry. But thank you. Loverworm, thanks to $5. Do you think Hollywood executives will hire the Pinkertons to break the strike or worse? No, I don't think so. I don't think they need to do anything that drastic. They're trying to wait him out. Battle Angel Anarch with the Tier 1 sub. JFK famously said One Piece is best shonen. Ah, shit, maybe I do like him. Casey J from LI, thank you for the $10. Thanks for putting up with my shit. I'm permabanned on all of Reddit, so the shoe posting ain't me. Love you, brother. Keep the good work. How did you get permanently banned from Reddit? What is up with you? You are crazy. Thank you. Wild. YOLO Han Solo, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. I'm really happy to hear that I could be of any interest or help to you. Felicity Chevalier, thank you for the $5. Emperor Claudius, thank you for the 10 Australian. If Kosovo can defy international law and unilaterally secede from Serbia, why can't Republika Srpska leave Bosnia and join Serbia? Republika Srpska leave Bosnia and join Serbia? I don't know what you mean. Kosovo didn't defy international law. NATO and the UN intervened to prevent genocide of ethnic Albanians in Serbia, and a breakaway state was formed following like extensive deliberations and like security protections. That wasn't like Kosovo doing that on its own. I don't know about the Republic of Srpska, I'm afraid. Nondescript, thank you for the $5. No debates on why or why not. I will play Dead Space. BogeyFan101, thank you for the $5. Always ask this to those who claim people groom kids without evidence. What are your thoughts on the age of consent? Always a good indicator. I feel like asking somebody that question is more likely to turn crass eyes towards you rather than them, I'm afraid. Still alive with the $5. What, in your opinion, makes someone a picky eater? Is it just not liking a lot of food, or is it more than that? I don't know. Just not liking a lot of food, I think. I don't think there's anything special. There's not like a hardline definition for it, you know? The Camp's 10, thanks to 200 pesos. Hollywood actors are joining the strike now. I'd link, but super chats hate linkers. Yeah, it's a rule that I have. Sorry, I could turn that rule off, but unfortunately, you can ban links from like super chats, YouTube live stream chats, and YouTube comments, all with one button. You either allow links or don't there, right? But you really don't want links in like YouTube comments or whatever. It's like a slippery slope. Kind of annoying. Jester, Lord of Fools, and Prairie Fire, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate that. Benjamin GL, thank you again for the two $10 donos. Really appreciate that. Been rewatching the Queen movie. Just realized the Queen dressed in drag for some songs. We should use this to force them back into satanic panic rhetoric and make them sound even more crazy. I think most mainstream Republicans would fully support saying that, like, the band Queen was like a satanic grooming cult. I think they would fully do that. Yeah, I think they'd commit to that. Yeah, Jon Stewart would make a good president, I think, in my opinion. Andrew Slab, thanks for the $5 and the kind words. Really appreciate that. And I think that does it. I really appreciate you all being here, folks. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow because I guess we're doing a debate. I'm going to throw you over to Shark 300. Before I do that, I'm going to hit this funny button I just saw. Oh. KCJ from LI at the $5. Okay, I was very mean to Vatniks and Lester and leftist tips. Oh, okay. If you got banned making fun of Vatniks, then that's actually okay. On Bright C with the $5. Any advice for debating a lost causer and them saying it was states' rights that General Lee didn't own slaves? I mean, the state constitutions of the Confederate States literally said it was about slavery, as did their vice president. It's a whole thing. It's a pretty easy thing to get them to like hold to. You know, it's very obviously what they were about. I'm afraid I don't know much about Jamie Raskin. I can't really say how wrong we were. Jamie Raskin. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know much about them, aside from their name. Thank you, though. Okay. I'm hitting the button. Love you guys. I'm going to send you over to Shark.